We pray to you here at this time, that you forgive us here for all of our sins. Forgive us for our frustration, for our anger. Forgive us here for being impatient. Forgive us here for being human. We ask that you forgive us here for all of our sins, whatever it is that we committed, those that we know of, and then those that we may not know of. We pray to you here at this time that you forgive us so that we can bow our heads here to you at this time, so that I can pray to you with a pure heart, with a pure soul, with a pure mind, asking for all of these forgiveness. We thank you at this time, for all of your good blessings, those blessings that bring happiness to our hearts, those blessings that bring smiles to our faces, those blessings that we're always so willing to accept with all of these good intentions and the satisfaction. We thank you at this time for all of those blessings that you've given us in our life, the way that we are, the way that we have our homes, the way that we have our families. We thank you for all of those blessings, everything that you've given us, that we accept so warmly with open arms. We thank you for that. We also thank you at this time for those blessings that we're not always so willing to accept eagerly, those blessings that we go through, those trials, those tribulations that teach us something, that allow us to be able to come to pray to you, those tribulations, those trials, those blessings that remind us that you're here with us, those blessings that you've bestowed upon us, that teach us the hard ways of life. We thank you for those, because we know in the end that we can testify and we can say that you're with us, that we can say that we prayed to you, that we asked for your guidance, those blessings that bring us faith that you are here with us. We pray to you at this time. Many of us don't think about those things as blessings, but they are blessings that help us to grow. They're blessings that give us teaching. So we thank you for all of those too. We pray to you here at this time, that you continue to guide us, that you continue to help us, that you continue to watch over us, that you continue to shine that light upon us, to help us to be able to do the right things for our people, to make the right decisions, to be able to go out each and every day to work hard for them. Whatever it is that we do, the intentions that we have, how we think about things, how we do things, how we work hard for the Navajo people, we thank you for all of that. That you can stand beside us, that you can guide us each and every day, that you can help us to be strong, so that you can help us to do the right things, to say the right things, to bring comfort to our Navajo people. We pray to you here at this time that you continue to do that for us. We pray to you, that you watch over us, that you bring us safe at home to our loved ones each and every night. No matter where we're at, no matter what we're doing as Navajo people, that you can allow us to be able to go home to our family each and every night, to be safe, to be able to have one more day on this earth, to be able to have one more day to testify to all of the blessings that you've given us. We thank you at this time, and we ask that you continue to do that. We pray here at this time for all of our people out there who are going through these trials and these tribulations. These people out there are Navajo people who are feeling the hurt, who might be missing loved ones at this time because of the seasons. We pray to you here at this time, that you bless their heart, that you touch their heart so that they feel good, so that they remember all of the good blessings that they have in their life right now, that they can find peace, that they can find love once again, that they can find happiness, so that they can continue their day each and every day in a good way. We pray that way here at this time for all of our Navajo people like that, who are out there, who feel that maybe their prayers are not being heard, that maybe they have forgotten who you are, and what you do for all of us. We pray to you here at this time for all of our Navajo people this way. Whoever is out there, whoever is feeling that pain, whoever is feeling that frustration, we pray to you here at this time. We pray that the work that we do provides some kind of comfort to them, that we can be able to continue to try to help our Navajo people this way, the best way that we know how. So we pray to you all of our frustration, all of our anger, all of our temptation, all of our ill feelings here at this time, that you take them, that you take care of them for us, that you put peace, that you put still in our heart once again, that you put happiness in our heart once again, so that we can continue to move forward and thrive as a Navajo people. All of our needs, all of our wants, we give them all to you here at this time, Shitkatlini, because we know that only you can handle them. We pray to you this way in your name. Wajanaslink, 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 wajanaslink.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that beautiful invocation this morning to start off our special session. And going down next, number 2, recognitions of guests or visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. And colleagues, queue is open if you do have any recognitions this morning. Okay, I don't see any, and we will go down to number 3. Review and adopt the agenda. Staff, if you could help us read our proposed agenda into the record.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council. This is the proposed agenda of the 25th Navajo Nation Council Special Session, Monday, December 16, 2024, 9 a.m. Presiding Honorable Crystalline Curley, Speaker, 25th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call session to order. Roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials of the Navajo Nation. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, old business none. New business, item A, that's legislation 0264-24. Item B, legislation 0233-24. Item C, legislation 0247-24. 6, close of session, announcements, adjournment. Madam Speaker.
All right, thank you, Ms. Johnson. And colleagues, do we have a motion? Motion by Chair Parrish, second by Delegate Toth. And for CQ, we do have Chair Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker. With my motion on the floor, good morning to all of our colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council, to those in the chambers, and also those listening online. Speaker, for clarification, with my motion, I would like to clarify new business A to add the title of legislation 26424. I believe that was prepared by the Office of Legislative Services. So just a technical change with my motion to adopt the agenda. That's my motion for clarification, Speaker.
Right, thank you, Chair Parrish, for highlighting that. And Ms. Johnson did read that into the record when she did the agenda. So thank you, Chair Parrish. And going next, we have Chair Jesus.
Yeah, good morning, Madam Speaker, and also to my colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, and also to our legislative services staff. Madam Speaker, I'd like to add, or is this recognitions? Okay,
We are on
I'd
the
like
agenda.
to add emergency legislation 0263-24. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Before I recognize a second, I'll have the title read into the record. Staff?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Legislation 263-24, an action relating to an emergency temporarily suspending 11 NNC Section 164A2 and 26 NNC Section 1003A to allow the chapter membership to appoint a temporary pro tempore chapter president and or a pro tempore chapter secretary treasurer to serve until new chapter officials are sworn in following a special election. Prime sponsor is Honorable Brenda Jesus. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff. And colleagues, is there a second? Second by Vice Chair Slater. Colleagues, any questions on amendment number 1? Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
I did push my right to speak. So I'd like to add legislation number 0242-24 to the agenda, since we're adding legislations.
And staff, if you could help us read that title into the record, and I'll go back to the motioning sponsor if that can be modified as a part of amendment number 1.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Legislation 0242-24, an action relating to the Navikiatik Committee and the Navajo Nation Council, removing Ethel Branch as Attorney General. Prime sponsor is Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff. And Chair Jesus, and there's that request for modification to add legislation 0242-24. Chair Jesus concurs. Seconding party, Vice Chair Slater.
Speaker, I just really think that legislation is going to have a substantial amount of debate, so I'm concerned about the FRF legislation. Can I hand my second off to someone else if the committee would like to consider this?
Vice Chair has a request to withdraw his second. Is there anybody that's willing to pick up the second? We do have Chair Parrish. And Chair Parrish, are you okay with the modification? Chair Parrish concurs. And colleagues, we do have an updated amendment number 1 with 2 legislations. Colleagues, are there any other additional questions or comments to amendment number 1? Second call and third call. 2 minutes on the board, colleagues, for amendment number 1. And this is to our agenda. Point of order raised by Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Sir Speaker, so I call this point of order just for clarification. You stated on the record that there were only 2 legislations added. I just want to make sure, because I've got 3 on my notes. I've got 0263-24, 0264-24, and 0242-24. Is that correct?
So for clarification, A was already read into the record as 0264-24, and then amendment number 1 is of 2 legislation, 0263-24 and 0242-24. Okay. And colleagues, we do have 2 minutes on the board for amendment number 1. And we have 50 seconds on the clock, colleagues. Delegate Arvizo, Delegate Herman Daniels, and Vice Chair Casey Ellen Johnson. Vice Chair Johnson, how do you vote? Vice Chair Johnson votes green. And colleagues, that is a vote of 15 in favor with 3 opposed with speaker not voting. So amendment number 1 carries, and we are back on our main motion, colleagues. Next, we do have Chair Regina Charles Newton.
The amendment to add legislation.
Okay. All right, so her request is already added into amendment number 1. Chair James?
Speaker, other members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, I'd like to make a motion to do a consent agenda for legislation 0262-24, 0263-24, 0242-24, legislation 0233-24, legislation number 024724. Reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time on the main motion at 4 minutes and 29 seconds. Okay, just give us a few minutes for staff to include that here on the board so everyone can see that motion. All right, colleagues, and that is updated here on the board. Is there a second? Second by Chair Jesus. And colleagues, are there any questions on amendment number 2? Delegate Simpson?
Good morning, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Council, Yate Bene, staff, guests are listening. Good morning, Yate Bene. On this consent, putting all these legislation on under consent, I do have questions on legislation 242-24. I believe that's in reference to the removal of AG. Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. Is 242-24, is that? Okay.
Yes.
So I do have some questions on that legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And that legislation on the consent agenda will be overstricken. Delegate Dr. Inez.
Thank you, Speaker. I too also have questions on 263-23 concerning the emergency legislation that was added. Thank you.
Overstricken 0263-24. And next we do have Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I'd like to go to remove legislation 0247-24. Do have questions? Thank you.
Point of order raised by Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. I call this point of order because, number one, we don't have the updated agenda. And then number two, we don't have at least for me, I don't have the legislations in front of me. The only ones that I have, and I don't know if these are, it's 233 and 247 that I have in front of me. These are the only two. So I know that the legislations have been read into the record, but without looking at the legislation after if there were any amendments made at the committee or at NABI, I don't know what legislations I'll be voting on. I guess the actual language of the legislation. So if we can get copies of that legislation, Speaker, thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, and staff are making those copies as we speak right now for, which one was it? 233? Okay. So they are 0264-24 is being printed. And also 0242-24. So those should be at your desk shortly, colleagues. So and then we can update the agenda once we have voted on it, and we are still in the middle of the main motion of it. Okay. Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this is what happens when we don't have the proper documents in front of us. So if you'll look at the agenda, under 5A, it doesn't give us the legislation number. So there are some delegates who believe it's 0263 and then some who are saying it's 0264. So we need to know, if you look at the agenda, all it just says is an action relating, then it goes on. There's no legislation number to the emergency legislation that requires a 2/3 vote on the agenda. So if we can get the actual number, that would be great. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. And so for 5 new business A, when we read the agenda into the record, it was legislation 0264-24. And then the other emergency legislation is 263 is for the Arpa legislation. Okay, Chair Brenda Jesus.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I do apologize for the misinformation. So I'm reviewing tracking number legislation 263-24, which is supposed to be my emergency legislation, but the attachments aren't even relevant to the heading of the legislation. It's relevant to Indian Health Services contracts, Pueblo Pintado Healthcare Center. Can we get the proper attachments to 0263-24 legislation, please, which was dropped off on Thursday or Friday morning last week by myself? Thank you.
Right, thank you, Chair Jesus. So in reference to your legislation 0263-24, I was just informed by Office of Legal Counsel that corrections were made, and those are being reprinted as well. So colleagues, since there's multiple legislations that are still being printed, I would just have no choice but to make sure you have the correct attachments in the legislation. So if no one's in opposition, do a 10-minute recess. All right, so we'll take a 10-minute recess, colleagues. We will do recess at 9:45 and reconvene in 10 minutes. All right, thank you, colleagues. Time did expire for recess, so if we can do a roll call. If you are inside the chambers, please press your request to speak so we can do roll call. Colleagues, roll call is open. Roll call is open, colleagues. We have 19 members present here in the council chamber. That does constitute a quorum. We will reconvene at 9:59 a.m. So there were 2 point of orders that were raised for the distribution and copies of the legislation, so that those should be on your desk now, colleagues. And also for clarification, 0263-24 is sponsored by Chair Jesus, and 0264-24 is sponsored by myself, just to make that clarification. And we are part of amendment number 2 for consent agenda, and we have 2 on there currently, 0233-24 and 0264-24. Next in queue, we do have Vice Chair Yazzie.
Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody's safe and well. I do have questions on the Arpa legislation, the 202664. I'd like that removed too. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Yazzie, and that is overstricken here in amendment number 2. So we only have one legislation on consent agenda, 0233-24. Amendment number 2. Next, we have Delegate Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Council. And just in reference to legislation 242-24, I did have some questions, but it was clarified for me. So I have no question on 242. If it can still be considered for consent, it'll be fine with me. Madam Speaker, thank you.
All right, thank you, Delegate Simpson. So there's that request. I believe you were the one that did the opposition on that legislation. So back to the sponsor for amendment number 2 was Chair James. Is that okay to remodify it to include 0242-24 back on the consent agenda?
Speaker.
Okay, and second by Chair Jesus. Is that okay with you? All right. So we can unstricken 0242-24. And colleagues, we are still on amendment number 2. Are there any questions or comments? Vice Chair Yazzie? Sorry, Vice Chair Yazzie, you have no reserved time. So reminder, colleagues, every time you do speak, make sure to reserve time. Going next in queue, Vice Chair Johnson. All right, Vice Chair Johnson, there's also no reserved time for you on amendment number 2. All right, colleagues, queue is open for amendment number 2. Second call. And third call, colleagues. 2 minutes on the board for amendment number 2. Yeah, just for references, colleagues, we do have 2 excused absences, Chair Otto So and also Delegate Nathan Nota. Thank you, colleagues. That is the full vote here from the floor. We have a vote of 14 in favor, 6 opposed, with speaker not voting, so amendment number 2 carries. And we are back on our main motion, colleagues. And we do have reserved time by Chair James with 4 minutes and 29 seconds.
Download speakers and members of the council, do ade isanoltangi, do hon hitlonoltonegi, agenda, kodo updated agenda lakahon hichen kolletolich. Before we vote, that's it. That's after we vote, that's in hichen kolletolich. Reserve my time.
So Chair James, we can send out that draft and then so you'll see how the agenda will look like before the main motion on the vote. So that can be sent out electronically. Usually we do the agenda, print the agenda again once it is adopted. But we can send a draft with both amendment number 1 and 2 on there. So those should be coming through via email. And colleagues, are there any other questions on adopting our agenda today? Vice Chair Johnson on the main motion.
Speaker Curley, if I'm in order, I don't know if I have any time reserved.
You do have time on the main motion.
Okay, thank you. Speaker Curley, I'd like to go ahead and remove 242-24 from the consent agenda. Thank you. I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4 minutes and 38 seconds. And staff will update that here on the board, and then I will recognize a second. Okay, that is updated here. Colleagues, is there a second to amendment number 3? Second call, Vice Chair Yazzie. Colleagues, any questions or comments on amendment number 3? Second call. Third call. 2 minutes on the board, colleagues, for amendment number 3. Delegate Stephen Arvizo, Delegate Herman Daniels. And we do have the full vote here from the floor, colleagues. We have a vote of 8 in favor with 11 opposed. Amendment number 3 motion fails. And colleagues, we are back on our main motion here. I don't see anyone else in queue for our agenda. Reserve time by Vice Chair Vince James with 4 minutes and 9 seconds.
Speaker, here members of the council, ado kodo dan kitchen lagi here with the draft agenda that has been emailed to the full council. So with that, I am ready to vote on our agenda. Wait the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair James. Waives the rest of his time. Vice Chair Johnson with 4 minutes and 38 seconds. Waives the rest of his time. There is no reserve time. I don't see anyone else in queue. Final call. And we will do a second reading, and we will do 2 minutes on the board to adopt our agenda today.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment 1, add legislation, emergency legislation 063-24 and legislation 0242-24 to the agenda. Amendment 2, consent agenda to include legislation 0242-24 and legislation 0233-24. Amendment 3, I'm sorry, there's no amendment 3. That's the final reading, Madam Speaker.
All right, thank you, staff. And colleagues, we will have 2 minutes on the board to adopt our agenda today. Right, colleagues, we have less than 25 seconds. Colleagues, we do have a vote of 14 in favor with 5 opposed. We have the main motion passes. We do have an adopted agenda for today. So that will be emailed and also made copies. But it should be in your email, colleagues. Number 4, old business, none. Number 5, we do have a consent agenda. Staff, if you could help us read those legislation to the record.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Legislation 033-24, an action relating to the Law and Order Committee, the Navajo Committees, and the Navajo Nation Council, amending Title I of the Navajo Nation Code, adding Chapter 4, Official Language of the Navajo Nation. Prime sponsors Honorable Shauna Claude, co-sponsors Honorable Curtis Yanito. There are committee reports attached to this legislation. The first is from the Law and Order Committee, dated November 4, 2024, recommended do pass with no amendments. And a committee report from the Navajo Committee dated November 26, 2024. The legislation was passed and referred to Navajo Nation Council. Navajo Nation Council is final authority. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Legislation 0242-24, an action relating to the Navajo Committee and the Navajo Nation Council, removing Ethel Branch as Attorney General. This legislation is final authority with Navajo Nation Council. There is one committee report from the Navajo Committee dated, let's see, oh my gosh, December 12, 2024. Legislation was passed and referred to Navajo Nation Council. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff and colleagues. Is there a motion? Motion by Chair James. Is there a second? Second by Delegate Toth. And colleagues, we will be going straight into a vote. 2 minutes on the board for consent agenda. just for clarification, colleagues, so the consent agenda is a 2/3 vote because legislation 0233-24 is a 2/3 vote. Point of order raised by Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. So is it 2/3 of the 24 delegates or 2/3 of the delegates who are present at council today? Because I know that Dana there was always confusion on that part for the 2/3. So can we get some clarification on that?
Thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, and I'll have our legal counsel attorneys help clarify your question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, and Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. The requirement would be 2/3 of the 24 delegates of the Navajo Nation Council. And I know that there's some questioning as a result of the two items that are on the consent agenda. One item, which is the 0263-24, does require a 2/3 vote. 233, my apology, 233-24, and then the 0242-24 would have required a simple majority. The consent agenda would be scheduled if there's a listing of resolutions that would likely be approved by unanimous consent. And since they were both added, then that would make the requirements to be a 2/3 vote for the consent agenda to pass. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Office of Legal Counsel, Ms. Espino, for that clarification to that point of order that was raised. So going back to the voting board, we do have two excused, Delegate Otto So and Delegate Nathan Nota. And before I call the vote, Delegate Stephen Arvizo. Point of order raised by Delegate Plough.
Thank you, Speaker. So in regards to the question that was asked, I too want to ask a question to our legal counsel. In regards to 2/3 legislation, I think what we've done in the past is that those have gone before other legislations. And prior to this, it was recommended by our previous counsel, Ms. Barbroff, that when it is 2/3 and it should be separated from just a simple majority. So if I could get clarification on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Plough, for that question. So we'll go back over to Office of Legal Counsel.
Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, Delegate Shauna Claw, I do see that could be a possibility. There isn't anything in the rules or in the code that would prevent separating the two items due to the votes having separate requirements. So that would be a possibility to go ahead and move forward with that. Thank you.
point of privilege raised by Delegate Claw.
Thank you, Speaker. After hearing those remarks from our legislative council, I'm wondering if that would be just a technical amendment to separate the votes. So I'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Claw, and then I'll return that floor back over to our legal counsel, Ms. Espino. So if you can provide us some guidance on before we do call for the vote.
In order to separate those, there should be a motion to have to make that change in order to separate the two items on the consent agenda for separate voting. You're in the middle of the vote. Oh.
While Office of Legal Counsel is trying to answer that question, I'll turn the floor over to Delegate Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the council, guests, staff. Good morning out there in Nana. I raise a point of privilege. We're not really getting a clear answers from, let's say, council. I'm not sure if they need additional time to really get clarification to our council here. So I think the best thing to do, again, I do support what my little sister Sean Claus stating, separating them. So I would ask Madam Speaker to probably just do away with the voting right now, and we'll make an amendment to the agenda and separate these two consent items. One would be, it'll clarify everything. Put one under, since they require two separate votes, one requiring 2/3 of the full council, and one's a simple majority. So I will request the speaker just start the voting right now and let one of the council member, one of the members of this council to amend the agenda to separate these two items. That would be the best way, since we're not getting a good clarification from also the city council, because they need more time. So I would request that, Madam Speaker, of you just go ahead and stop the voting and go to amending the motion, no amendment motion, amending the agenda, separate these two. That would be my recommendation to Madam Speaker and to the full council. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Delegate Simpson. So that recommendation was also heard by Office of Legal Counsel. So Legal Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Under 2 NNC Section 163B, that is where a consent agenda, there is authority to adopt a consent agenda. Ultimately, in accordance with this section, the consent schedule shall be developed by the speaker, and the speaker has control over that consent agenda in accordance with this section. So the speaker can make a decision in regards to this consent agenda at this time.
point of privilege raised by Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. I guess I have two comments or questions or seeking clarification. For 23324, it says 2/3 vote of council, but then when I read the findings section, it didn't explain to me what the, where that threshold is. So if Ledge Council can explain where the requirement is for 2/3 on that one. And then second, I guess, there's a vote threshold, and that's how things are recorded. So it seems that if a legislation doesn't meet that threshold under the consent schedule, then it doesn't pass, and those that did, they pass. It's as simple as that. No separation, nothing there.
So Vice Chair Slater, Office of Legal Counsel, will need additional time to clarify that question that you have raised. Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Thank you, colleagues, for your patience. I know there's some very good questions that our Office of Legal Counsel had to research, so I believe they do have an answer for you on the clarity that we need. So back to Ms. Espino.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. For the matter that was raised in regards to legislation number 0233-24, I do see that this matter is an amendment to Title I, and it's adding to Title I. And as a result of that, in researching that section, it is a majority vote is only required for this legislation, not a 2/3 vote. And so this would become that would result in the consent agenda being a majority vote for both items that are on the consent agenda. And so also, Speaker, I would like to add that being that this item is now that the consent agenda is a majority vote, any other items that require a 2/3 vote would need to be considered prior to a item or matters that only require a majority vote.
All right, thank you, Office of Legal Counsel, for that clarification. And it was stated that for legislation 0233-24 does not require a 2/3 vote. It is a majority vote. So that is an edit that we'll need to take an edit if that is the ruling, Office of Legal Counsel.
Yes, Madam Speaker, that is correct.
All right, thank you, Office of Legal Counsel. So colleagues, trying to make this as easily as understand possibly. So Office of Legislative Counsel did state that 0233-24 is a majority vote. So even though we do have a consent agenda, so it's not a 2/3 legislation, still the 2/3 legislation would have to go first. So meaning that legislation 0264-24 should have been considered first before the consent agenda. So Office of Legal Counsel, if that is correct. So thank you, Office of Legal Counsel. So maybe I can turn the floor over to you to see how we can get back in order here.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Probably the most expeditious way to bring this back into order, the agenda and the items that need to be voted on, is for the delegate who made the motion to go to the vote on the consent agenda to withdraw that and to allow the 2/3 vote item to be addressed first, and then then it would go back to the matters that only require a simple majority vote. And those would come after the two-third vote. So I think that that would probably be the easiest way to get back on track with the agenda.
So thank you, Office of Legal Counsel and colleagues, to go back and order. There was a determination that was made by our legal counsel. And just for reference, I have not called for the vote yet, so I did not state into the record for the vote yet. So just to make that clarification. So Chair Vince James, you are the motioning party to the consent agenda, and then we had a second by Honorable George Toth. So from that guidance from Office of Legal Counsel is to withdraw to make sure that we come back into order. Point of privilege raised by Chair James.
Thank you very much, and I raise this point of privilege to Rule 16 of our Council Rules of Order. Speaker, I believe it is your job as the Speaker of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. You made a scheduling of the agenda, and your schedule was to move and act on consent agenda first. So you've already made So Speaker, you've already made your development of your agenda. Nihe kodo aita, we already told you and approved on how we would like certain things in order. Aita kodo ben huilne. Now you as the Speaker, according to 2NNC subsection 163 of the agenda, section B, it reads in the middle of the paragraph that the consent schedule shall be developed by the Speaker. So you've done that by putting the consent agenda before the two-thirds vote. So we are already in order. Upon, again, if you continue to read it, it says, upon request by any delegate, an item on the consent agenda shall be moved to the regular schedule on the agenda, which we've done. So you, as our Speaker, has already confirmed to act on consent agenda first, and now we have it clarified with the majority vote, and we just move on now to the two-thirds. This is us. We're lawmakers. We should be able to make these decisions. And according to 2NNC subsection 163, you've already created this agenda for us as being Speaker. Legal counsel had just done the clarification for us. So I see it as this being in order to subsection 163 of our Title II. Speaker. So we're in order. Today we would just move on to the two-thirds vote, to the two-thirds legislation.
Thank you, Kodo Shiaj, Chair James, for that point of privilege. So I'm trying to make this as easily as possible to understand. So the consent agenda is there, and legal counsel, and with my ruling that 0233-24 is a majority vote legislation. But if you go back down to Rule 6 to go back in order, Rule 6B, it says all legislation requiring a vote of 2/3 of the council in order to be adopted shall be placed on the agenda before all of the other legislation shall be considered by the council. Before all other legislation, this provision shall not be subject to suspension pursuant to Rule 24. So what is it is saying is that the legislation that has 2/3 vote, which is the Arpa legislation, would go first, and then after the Arpa legislation, the consent agenda can be considered with a majority vote. So either way, a 2/3 legislations have to go first for consideration before the council. So to go back in order, we would have to consider the 2/3 legislation first, and then B would be our consent agenda, that is the majority vote. If that provides any clarification. So I don't know if Office of Legal Counsel has anything to add. Point of privilege raised by Chair James.
Speaker, members of the council, and audience. Now, our Rule 6 would pertain to a regular council session. It will pertain to a regular council session. It will pertain to a regular council session. We are in a special council session. So if you look at Rule 6 of our agenda, we don't have all of those items as our agenda. So we are under special council session. So again, you would go back to subsection 163. As being our speaker, you develop an agenda for us already. And we've already taken action on addressing consent agenda first before the 2/3. So there's two different things that I see it the way it's worded here. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair James. So there was multiple point of orders and point of privileges that was raised, and to your point of privilege, so it is within the speaker's authority that you are correct to set part of portions of how to do the ruling on this. So colleagues, since we do have the vote here that was taken already, and Office of Legal Counsel has ruled that 0233-24 is a majority vote legislation. So just for the record here, that we will take the vote here, then I can call the vote, and then we can move on with our agenda to 0264-24 within the speaker's authority. So again, last call before I call the vote here, Council Delegate Stephen Arvizo. And just in case, if Chair Otto, Delegate Nathan Nota. So colleagues, we do have a vote of 13 in favor. Point of order raised by Vice Chair Sater.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm trying to find the section that speaks to all legislation requiring a vote of 2/3 of the council in order to be adopted shall be placed on the agenda before all of the other legislations and shall be considered by the council before all other legislation. And that's in Title 2, correct? Or this is the council rules of order?
It's in the council rules of order.
Okay, and so can you help me understand, are you saying that the consent schedule somehow supersedes that? Because that's to me also, I guess my point is, the agenda was incorrectly adopted in the way that it was put up or devised by OLS. Item 5B, 26424, should have preceded the consent schedule. And that's what should have taken place under our rules of order. And then 5A, which includes 233-24 and 242-24, should have succeeded that on the agenda. So to me, what's written down is wrong, and the votes were out of order according to our own council rules of order. And so they shouldn't be counted, and we should proceed with 26424, and after that is deliberated and there's a motion determined there, we would go into the consent schedule.
Right, thank you, Vice Chair Slater. I'll have Office of Legal Counsel also just do some advisement here before I do the full recounts of the vote here.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Council, Navajo Nation Council. In regard, the Speaker has the general authority to set the agenda. I do look to Rule 25, however, in regards to the point of order, the Speaker can rule the agenda out of order, and there was a motion and a motion to amend, and there was a vote that was made by Delegate James to vote on the consent agenda. The consent agenda was voted on, and then several point of orders, point of privileges were called, and the Speaker has the authority to make a decision on the point of order, point of privilege, which is a point of order, the Speaker made that decision to move forward with the vote. Although it is out of order, she can do that. It can be appealed. The appeal would have to, would have to be a second on the appeal and voted on if the delegate would like to pursue this matter of the agenda being out of order. However, due to the authority of the Speaker, again, the Speaker can rule the agenda out of order, and she has that authority to do so. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Ms. Espino, and thank you, Vice Chair Chiche Slater for that point of order that was raised. So for clarity, I did make that stance that I will recognize the vote and on the consent agenda, and then next order of business will be the 0264-24 legislation. So again, final last call for Delegate Stephen Arvizo. All right, there's no call, so colleagues, on the consent agenda, it is majority vote. We do have a vote of 13 in favor and 6 opposed, with 2 not voting and with the Speaker not voting. So a consent agenda for this motion, for the main motion, passes. Point of order raised by Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. I respect your decision, but I disagree with the analysis and the outcome, so I'm going to challenge it under the analysis that I provided earlier. I just think that we have the rules that say that 2/3 are supposed to precede consent or any other item on the agenda. And I understand the decision you've made, but I'm going to go ahead and challenge. So I think we go to a vote, right?
Great, thank you, Vice Chair Slater, for that point of order. So I do have a challenge on the ruling that has taken place. Is there a second to this? Point of order raised by Chair Regina Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. So I raised this point of order under Rule 19, specifically talking about the, when we can raise a point of order. I'm a little bit confused. If there is a challenge, that challenge is based on the votes that delegates have taken. It's not a challenge against your ruling because you already made a rule and you announced on the record a vote of 13-4. Okay, number one, you made the decision that the consent agenda was a majority vote. You announced it on the record, 13-6, speaker not voting to excuse. So is Delegate Slater challenging our vote? Because that's how I'm reading it, because you already read it for the record. The vote has already been taken. So I want to know when a delegate can challenge the votes of council, especially the majority vote of council, because that's a challenge against me and my vote. So I want to know at what point can a delegate challenge the rest of the delegates and their votes? Because even the delegates who voted red, that's a challenge against your vote. We voted. It was read on the record what the vote was. The decision was made. The vote had already been taken. So I want to know where the law states in the code, because the council rules of order is not, it's a rule of order. The code supersedes the rules of order. It supersedes the council rules of order and the committee rules of order. So if you're going to challenge based on the council rules of order, I'm going to challenge and say, where does it state that in the code? Because the code is the law that council has voted on. It is the law, period. It's not an interpretation of the law. It is the law. So Delegate Slater is challenging. That's a challenge against my vote. So I want to know when a delegate can challenge my vote, because I don't see that in the code. So again, Speaker, you made your ruling. From my understanding, your ruling is that consent agenda legislation number 0233-24 and legislation number 0242-24 are both majority legislations. We voted on that. So I want to know, again, in the code, not the council rules of order, I want to know in the code where it says that once a vote has been taken by council, that it can be challenged by a delegate. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Regina Charles Newton. And maybe just for clarification, Vice Chair Slater, that you can restate the rule that my ruling on the challenge, so we can get that up here on the board too.
Thank you, Speaker. I am not challenging any colleague's vote, and I don't even understand how that's a part of this. What I laid out before is that the agenda as listed was improperly written down. The amendments to the agenda for adding legislation should have provided that 26424 would have remained at the top of the agenda where it was, and the Office of Legislative Services incorrectly put down a consent schedule to precede it. That is not following the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order. So that's number one. Number two, then we proceeded to accept a motion and a second off an incorrect agenda item that violates our Rules of Order. And I'm also looking in 2NNC, number 11, 10, I just lost it. But the point is, in the item that speaks to the consent schedule, it doesn't say that it would proceed or be at the top, the 2/3. If you go and read it, it doesn't identify that it would supersede the other Navajo Nation Council rules of order. So I don't see any provision that allows us to violate our own rules and put 5A before 5B. And lastly, I voted in the majority in the last one. So I mean, I'm not trying to challenge necessarily the outcome. The point is, I just want us to do things correctly. And if we create rules and laws, I think we should follow them. If we have a difference of opinion on the analysis, so be it. But this is what I'll share.
So Vice Chair Slater, just for clarification, are you moving forward with the challenge? There's a yes. And is there a second for that? Second by Delegate Simpson. All right, thank you, colleagues here. So there is a motion for a challenge and a second for a challenge. And so for pertaining back to Rule 25, point of order D, it says the appeal must be seconded, which we did. The appeal shall not be amended. If the appeal is made and seconded, the speaker shall restate his or her decision and submit the matter to the judgment of the council. So colleagues, as before, the action that we have taken, I've done, so the agenda was printed, we adopted it, and we did have the consent agenda as A, and then 0264 as B. So then I ruled that during that point of discussions with the point of order, legislation 0233, Chair James?
Thank you, speakers, members of council, audience. I raise this point of order to ask, what is the title of this challenge? Can we hear that from Honorable Slater and the second motioning party? Because they are the motioning party. You are not the motion, so you don't need to speak to it. You're being challenged. So at this point, what is the title of this point of order appeal according to Rule 25? It's not on the board, so I don't know what the challenge is.
So Vice Chair Slater, I believe that question goes back to the motion party in the second. If you could help our staff here put that on the board, the motion.
Thank you, Shisui, Delegate James. In reviewing 25, I see 25C. The speaker shall immediately decide and rule upon the point of order before any action on the question is made by the council. And I am essentially raising a point of order on the recognition of the motion and the second for the legislation, but then action was taken by the council in the vote. So I think I'm out of order, or could be considered out of order. So I'm going to withdraw my challenge because it should have been done at that time, and I don't think this was done correctly, but we spent enough time on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Slater withdraws his motion for the challenge. The seconding party, Delegate Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the council. Madam Speaker, I believe maybe 2 council sessions ago, a seconding motion party does not have to withdraw their motion because the main motion party withdrew. So there's no motion in place now. So the second does not be recognized to withdraw his or her motion. So since the main motion individual withdrew, then there's no motion in place now. So I think we clarified that last time, that you don't have to ask the second motion party if he or she concurs. Since the main motion withdrew, it stops right there.
Okay, thank you, Delegate Simpson. It was just a courtesy. I didn't know if you wanted to pick up that motion to challenge. So, thank you, colleagues. So we do have a withdrawal, and then we will move back on with our business. And we are legislation 0264-24 as the primary sponsor. Kwado Shiaj, Chair James, if you could help us be the pro temp speaker to help chair this portion of the meeting.
Yat bene shal khasi thonana kodo shadol adi ben nashid ya kodo sahnani glindo lik dide ya speaker kodo nalsos nalsos bedo kdigi aj ako shid ya kodo legislation 0264-24 shid ya kodon hija wal khatdo lik. Staff, if you can assist us reading into the record.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Legislation 0264-24, an action relating to an emergency for the Navajo Nation Council, approving a comprehensive interagency agreement to timely obligate certain Navajo Nation fiscal recovery funds, NNFRF, by the U.S. Department of Treasury, deadline of December 31st, 2024, approving other NNFRF-related actions. This legislation is final authority with Navajo Nation Council. Prime sponsor is Honorable Crystal Lynn Curley. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Speaker Pro Tem.
Ahiahan, kodo ni jain kaigi. Achide ya ebe kesi le khayla kodo behadolna. Honorable Brenda Jesus ya kodo ye disnado lilado bekegon esha Honorable George Toth hota ye ke niyado lihla. Ade kwaigi na ade kit linigi na khabel na ho de na ade kit no zingo goshi to esa division ko. I don't see anybody that wants to ask question. Going once, going two. There's two of our colleagues that would like to that are on the board. So with that, I will go ahead and provide 20 minutes na din dahaljin shin jet ya ekodo na dish article down speaker kodo shin ya behin khaido belada allehi shin kodon hil na hatnet do lihdon hil dahol net do legislation 0264-24 aje od anal sos no sozigi ko achin kwain ha hol jijole. Your 20 minutes begins.
Koshi ya yat do kwaiki beshpada sana dani kliniki do ade da isnot anki. Good morning again, colleagues. What an eventful morning already, but we're here doing an important job for the people to make these really tough decisions that come before us. So thank you for taking those votes and all of the amendments. So right now we are on this legislation 0264-24 is an emergency legislation. And the title of this legislation is Approving a Comprehensive Interagency Agreement to timely obligate certain Navajo Nation fiscal recovery funds. So these are ARPA fundings by the U.S. Department of Treasury, deadline of December 31st of this year. Our time is clicking as more as we debate and speak, and this was the main reason why we introduced this legislation. So I'm also joined by Budget and Finance Chair Shondine Parrish, and also our controller, who has that responsibility to advise the council here and our leadership on any fiscal responsibilities, accountability that we have to make sure that we're in compliant, and also giving us the best solutions on how to make accountable or fiscal decisions. So for being here with us, and this is approving and all other FRF related actions. So I'm going to briefly summarize the gist of this legislation. So if you go into section 2 is the findings. The findings are usually a summary of what the nation has been doing in relation to our FRF funding. So these highlight a summary of all the actions that have taken place by council, and also some of the challenges, the red tape that we have seen, especially working within this council. You know, we had those very in-depth discussions, work sessions on the ARPA legislation. So it's just highlighting all of the challenges that we have seen, and then towards the end of the findings, you will begin to see some possible solutions. And as I've been mentioning over and over again, council has been taking the lead on these ARPA funding. And it's just, I really commend each and every one of you, as the chairs, the standing committee chairs, you all have taken the lead to try and get every bit of updated information on FRF, and in your standing committees and through Nabigiatkit, we've been having work sessions. So these are all the recommendations that have come from Nabigiatkit. So the last work session that we had was for 2 days, and then it was also added, we ran out of time for 2 days. We were really deep diving into the numbers at that point. So we had to extend the time, and we did put it on a Nabigiatkit committee report as well. So we did more of a hybrid approach during that time. We did the work sessions, and then also through Nabigiatkit report. So since that time, within that month and a half, Budget and Finance Committee and myself have been meeting day in and day out. So it took a tremendous amount of time to find a solution. So I really do commend Vice Chair Slater, Chair Parrish, Chair Amber Crotty, Delegate Lester Yazzie, Delegate Norman Begay. Sorry for all those late meetings of emergency meetings that we had to go through over this draft. So for instance, we were still up at 6 a.m. this morning trying to make sure that everything is correct, and this is the best solution that we could give to the council. So as I mentioned before, it's just very unfortunate that we have been taking the lead ourselves as lawmakers to really deep dive into these numbers. how can we save these numbers? How can we save our funding? We don't want one penny sent back to the U.S. government. So in this legislation, it addresses that. So as you know, within the last ARPA legislation, there was an internal deadline of November 1st of 2024. So in that legislation, it did say any dollars that is not obligated by November 1st will be recaptured and be put into a hardship expenditure plan. So that goes back into category 2 of the Treasury guidelines. So in this legislation, it highlights 5.6 million for hardship. It does not say what type of hardship, but we are laying down the expenditure plan, and within the agreement, I'll just call it the agreement, where it is attached as Exhibit A. It is also stated in there. And then the agreement also, for this purpose of this legislation, there is a master agreement in this legislation where we have that capability to save our ARPA dollars, because after December 31st, this is our last attempt as council to save our dollars. I know there's many of our chapters, our certified chapters. I have one. I have Nuzzelini chapter that has an SRA that is still in FRF, and then the rest are in the 521. But I'm just really worried about my certified chapters, and I believe Chair Parrish and some of you also have certified chapters that are still sitting there. Some of those chapters are now coming into roadblocks. Some of them have cost saving, some of them have shortfalls, and a lot of these chapters are now saying to us, how can council address this and help save our dollars? And is there any flexibility to move our money around within our expenditure plans? So as I mentioned, after December 31st, we can't do that. Like the way it is right now, with the current SRAs that we have, the current contracts that we have, after December 31st, it can't be changed. But what this legislation is doing is combining those SRAs and their agreements into one agreement, which the Treasury does allow for us to do this. So it gives us that flexibility, say after December 31st, if a department is not moving their money around, they can repurpose with an eligible expenditure plan. So if you look at Exhibit A, there's all the listing of the money that is out there that we have allocated. And then also it includes the hardship piece. So, and the gist of it is having to save our dollars, and the most solutionable way, this was the best solution that we could come up with. And I really commend our own attorneys for being on the call late midnight, almost all weekend. We were just sitting at the table looking at this over and over again. This is our end product. So the Exhibit A does say that if there needs to be a modification that needs to be done, the Department of Justice, after council takes action, can work with our Office of Legal Counsel to make it legally sufficient for the intent of the agreement. So agreement, because so the three parties to the agreement is the president on behalf of the executive branch, and myself on behalf of the council, and then also the controller. So I'm just out of energy, but as together, I think there needs to be an action taken by council. And we're now on December 16th, and we're really hopeful after we take action that there will be enough time for Department of Justice and the president to consider this legislation, because if it is line item vetoed or anything, those money are being liable to be sent back, especially the 5.6 million that is unobligated. So we're down at the 11th hour for our ARPA funding, and I think as Chair Parrish and the Budget and Finance Committee, we've been repeatedly saying this is our priority. So we're ensuring that these dollars stay on Navajo and that these dollars are invested with our people. So at a later time, I know that some of my colleagues like Chair James and Chair Regina Charles Newton have been working really hard on the hardship piece. So this is setting up a foundation for them for that expenditure plan. So later on, the hardship can be decided on what options, based on the options that the Treasury guideline provides us. So that is part of the scope of work and also the agreement to allow that to happen. So we already made a commitment as leadership here during the last Arpa legislation, that any recapture plan will be put into some type of hardship. So that decision that the council made is this reaffirming that now there will be an agreement and an expenditure plan that will be followed through within these next 2 years. So there's no reallocation in this, and the agreement will be internally through the Office of the Controller, and in consultation with the Budget and Finance Committee, if there's any changes like last minute, say in October 2026, for example, there's a dollar amount in there for Department of Health for mask purchases. And if we're not going to buy masks, why not put it in another existing expenditure plan that the Treasury guideline approves? So we're putting all of this in one master scope of work where it's flexible. Our water projects, our electric projects are being able to move within each category. So it's just making sure that all of these dollars are spent by 2026, or these projects are done by 2026. So, but at this time, I'll have Chair Parrish also give her direction on how Budget and Finance has been tracking all of these dollars during the past 2 years. And part of the legislation also moves the FRF office underneath the Office of the Controller. So she can give the reasoning why we took that approach. So Chair Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and good morning to all of our colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you all for making time today for our agenda and all the legislation we have to consider today. The legislation before you is a discussion that we all have had many times this year, but this legislation is intended to ensure that no Navajo Nation FRF dollars go back to the federal government. Members of this council, also members of the Budget and Finance Committee, have had direct conversations and asked questions to the United States Treasury. And I was talking to the controller about this legislation, and the reason why there's a change in direction is because that the United States Treasury guidelines have been modified and updated. So the Navajo Nation essentially is updating their way of internal processes for FRF dollars. And I really commend the controller, Mr. McCabe, for continuously advocating and asking those questions to the United States Treasury. We also have members of the Department of Justice who also ask those questions for more flexibility. Sometimes it's our own processes that take much longer and kind of hinder us from spending these dollars down. We have been blessed with over $2 billion on the Navajo Nation to carry out these projects. With partnership of the executive branch, we are able to see some of those projects come to fruition, but this is a safeguard over the risk where some of the projects may not be completed in a timely manner. So through many discussion in the committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, the recommendations from the Speaker and the Controller, this legislation modernizes our FRF process. It also gives the Navajo Nation Controller oversight over a little bit more hands-on authority over the FRF dollars because of his financial analysis, and he's going to continue to report to the Nabik Committee. That's a big factor that was tied in also to the President and Vice President. So we just want to make sure that everybody is accountable. This legislation is not reappropriation legislation. This legislation does not appropriate new dollars. You can see in Exhibit A that all of the CHID money is intact, all of the bathroom addition money is still intact. The only difference is the $5.6 million that was clawed back on November 1st for hardship. And as Speaker said, that in this legislation, the hardship is not defined, and so that could be for a future discussion. But everything in Exhibit A is what the council would be approving through what is called an interagency agreement. So we no longer have to stand in line at the Department of Justice to see if our expenditure plans are approved. So this whole is just one gigantic interagency agreement that puts all of the Navajo Nation dollars together and says we're going to make an agreement between the council and the Navajo Nation president to finish out these projects. So just analyzing the risk, this is just reassurance that we won't be sending any money back in the next 20 days. So that's just to recap some of the points in the legislation. But again, thank you to the controller for his recommendations. Thank you to the members of the committee for their time. Thank you to the council for your consideration. Speaker, that concludes my comments.
Great, thank you, Chair Parrish, and over to our controller. If he has anything to add, we do only have 3 minutes and 25 seconds.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Parrish and Speaker Curley. Just in the last couple minutes, a couple comments I would make, Shinada, is I think as we debate and go through this legislation, always keep in mind that the goal is to make sure that the Navajo Nation expends its money by 2026. We don't want to revert money back, and the Treasury has given certain flexibilities in the final rule and their FAQs to allow tribes and states and local governments to utilize the funds into the future and move them around if need be. And we can go into some detail on those as we go through this. So always keep that in mind, Shinada, that what we're trying to do is just make sure that we're in a good position, that we're mitigating any risk of giving any kind of money back. So that being said, the other point I'd like to make is also keep in mind that the United States Treasury put out these rules, these FAQs, and these this final rule, and it applies to every single governmental recipient of ARPA funding. That means it applies to the Navajo Nation, it applies to the city of Phoenix, it applies to the state of Arizona, but it also applies to Picaris Pueblo with 500 members. And so it was meant to be simple. That the Treasury meant that this was a uniform guidance over all ARPA dollars to all types of state and local government entities, including the Navajo Nation. They made it they put that out in a manner for it to be a simple process. And what I think we're trying to do with this legislation is take the flexibilities and the provisions afforded us by the Treasury, the United States Treasury, and break down the quote-unquote red tape that Navajo Nation tends to put on it and make sure these dollars are spent by the end of 2026. I think one of the things that we're tending to do here at Navajo is, instead of taking the United States Treasury guidance and trying to fit it to the Navajo Nation process, thereby making it simpler, we take the Navajo Nation process and we try to fit it to the United States government, and we make it a lot more complicated. So this, we're hoping, obviously we'll debate it, but this we're hoping will start to unwind some of that and really provide the guidance or provide the flexibility that the United States Treasury allows us, because there's a lot of flexibility that, again, we'll get into the details shortly, that we can do with this. If we don't spend all of the money for one purpose, we can move it to another purpose within a scope of work. And those decisions will be made in the next 24 months. Last comment, Shinada, remember, we have 24 months, that's it. 24 months, this money either is spent the way we want to spend it in the scope of work, or it goes back to the federal government. So with 10 seconds left, that's where I'll leave it. Yeah, thank you, Speaker.
All right, thank you, colleagues, and I believe we are wrapped.
Ikahadan, Kodo Speaker, Ado Nana, Chair, Parish, Ado Controller, McCabe, Tanot out a Kodon Hilnazot and Lenko, Legislation 0264-24, Igi, Ba, Ako, Achide Ya, Kodo, Naha Ashleto, Nada Dish Kit no Saniki, Edo Daba Hadis no Saniki, Belke Stenko, A Shinde Ya, Kodo, Honorable Brenda Hasusto, Honorable George Toth, A Hodaya, K Na As Lenko. Alaja Bija Sohiki de ya Honorable Yazi, Asian Kodo de ya 5 minutes, but then Shato de Lako.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're all safe and well. Thank you for this legislation. I do have several questions. I wanted to know, since you brought up the Department of Treasury, were you able to make sure that, you know, all of the proposals here in this legislation, have you been able to check and confirm with them that this would be allowable? And then when you say the hardship, I'm sure people are listening right now and they want to know what the timeline would be. When would they be able to get some kind of hardship? And what does that look like? So I would like to say, how is council going to do that? What is that timeline going to be? I would like to know that. So those are my two questions for now. I reserve my time.
I had 4 minutes and 9 seconds reserved. So with that, moving on down the listing, Honorable Toth, Shanash.
Thank you, Shanash Kudo Pro Tem Indiliai. Aro Ade Sutsu, Honorable Speaker, and then Mr. McCabe also. Ke Wekon Kudo legislation also. I just wanted to ask the people that work on this proposal or legislation. I just wanted to know why some of these community C-store, gas station that were shortfall. I believe there was 3 of them in Chinle, certain areas. Because last time, before it was vetoed, it was in the system and in your legislation. Because they're asking for additional matching fund to complete their stores, C-store and gas station. I believe 3 of them are shovel ready. It's just need a matching fund. When I went through your legislation, it didn't. The other one too is I was planning to reestablish discretionary funds. I believe this government fund can't be used in that fashion. So the reason why I'm going to be working on it is because our people out there are asking for assistance daily. And when we request it through the tribe, it takes forever. So first, I guess what we have to do is establish guidelines or procedures. To my understanding, because of the federal funds. Even Adesh Kilto, Kodon Adesh Kirgishin, Ide Yato Listo, Hehato, To Hashineland, Basa not Leo, Skiho, Neligilto, and Ide Kodo, Hehato Listo, Ide Shipe, shakado tsehnle ko onsorole. Reserve my time, Sash. Thank you.
I had reserved at 2 minutes and 15 seconds. With that, Nasonando, the Honorable Dr. Nez.
Hakoshin Akia Shija. Aro Kodo Shadel Aro Shadejido Shina controller. So Didiki Kwaeki Benadish Kid the Shanala Anidia Git the US Treasury. So throughout our discussions with FRF, the Kuidishi Ahota Adelia, there's a new US Treasury guideline that comes out. Auto, we develop a legislation to respond to that guideline. With a new administration coming in within the next 45 days or so, how can we assure then that there's not going to be an additional guideline or whatever the intentions are of the new administrations that's going to impede or compromise what we are doing here? And I think that speaks to what Honorable Yazi mentioned earlier about, is this in writing? Is there some written form that can either accompany the legislation or that you can share with the 25th Navajo Nation Council that ensures these obligated funds are just that, obligated? And so that's what I would need some reassurance on. The other thing is, granted that this passes today, it's signed by all parties within the intergovernmental agreement, signed on December 31st. Can you state on record that this ensures that zero funds goes back to the federal government? Those are my questions at this time. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I reserve my time.
I had with that, reserve time at 3 minutes and 22 seconds. So with that, I don't see anybody else in the lineup to ask questions on legislation 0264-24. So with that, I'd like to give time back over to the presenters. Ecuador, not ahat dot zahigi, khalt out ebishma sa anna del kits linko, doya hadzi, Eshi quite hand and chato lit. Speaker, the chair, Ado controller.
Okay.
Floor is yours.
Hokoshi Keha, Pro Tem Speaker, and thank you, colleagues, for those very important questions. And I'll just go down the line of the order that the questions were raised. So first we had Vice Chair Yazi. You did ask about the hardship, and then I'll turn the floor over to Chair Parrish on the Department of Treasury. But all of this information for the hardship, you're asking when. So if you look at the agreement, Exhibit A, it does establish and obligates the hardship money of $5.6 million. So the $5.6 million is coming from the recapture plan from the last legislation. So we thought it was very important to keep our word to the people that there was going to be some type of hardship that was going to take place. So, but in order to do that, we had to obligate it. So that is what this legislation is doing. It is obligating $5.6 million into the hardship. It does not specify when and how the hardship will look like. It will be within these next 2 years on how that hardship expenditure plan will be carried out. But it gives us the flexibility to choose from Category 2 of the U.S. Treasury guidelines to choose on some of those options. I know that many of my colleagues just stated, the last hardship that we had was we allocated $500 million. And, from this is 5.6. So it's way like 98% less than what was the original hardship in the past. But at least we still have that expenditure plan. So later on, if there's something that's not feasible, at least that expenditure plan is existing to be carried out. So then that will be, again, up to us, leadership discussion, again, tracking the numbers with the controller on what will be more feasible, but it's laying down that foundation for a hardship to happen within these next 2 years. So if without this legislation, then, you know, it will just automatically take effect that it's for like $13 or $10 each. But now it is where we have to make that decision, like, do we give ourselves that flexibility, or do we set ourselves in stone within these next 2 weeks? So, but Chair Parrish can also add to that as well. And then Kodosha Che na identikit Delegate Tulth on the C-stores. So what this legislation is doing is not, there's no reallocation to new projects that were identified. I know the C-stores, that was the discussion that we had, and there's still discussion if we do that within the 293 million that's unallocated within the general funds. Because one thing that we have to look at is if it's feasible enough to do within 2 years or even before then. So do we tie our hands to the C-store, say like something comes up, an assessment or environmental chapter projects it's kind of like for assessments or any type of right-of-ways. So what is this addressing? It's not reallocating to any new projects. It's with what is already existing, but providing flexibility, if that makes sense. But I'm always open up for that discussion. Kodosha Che on the C-stores proposal that we once had that was line item vetoed, but there's always a discussion that we can have on either the 293 million that's unallocated right now in general funds. So Ajay, thank you for the comments on the discretionary funds, but within the Treasury guideline, it doesn't give us the ability to do so. So that's why there's no reallocation of anything that is new in this legislation. It's just securing that, make sure that we save our dollars and make it as flexible as we can after December 31st, 2024. So if not, then we're set in stone, and then if this legislation don't pass, 5.6 is already going to be sent back. So those are some of the threats and risks that we already see. And for the Treasury FRF, their Delegate Dr. Andy Naz, your question into the Treasury guidelines, there are certain sections in the agreement where it highlights the 2023 interim final rule from the Treasury, so that is cited in there. So, but I can also have Chair Parrish elaborate more on with the communication and also the reassurance with the Department of Treasury. Chair Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. And again, good morning to our colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Okay, so I'll start with answering a few of the questions to Vice Chairwoman Sherilyn Yazzie in asking questions specifically about reassurance from the United States Treasury. The Budget and Finance Committee scheduled a meeting with the SLFRF office under the United States Treasury on November 21st. So this discussion has been happening for more than a month of how to look at the encumbrances. And so there was a lot of discussion because of the work session. I really commend all of our colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council for your input. Through that work session at Nabik-Iyatkit, the speaker collected input that the chapter should have flexibility, but so should the large contracts, the SRAs. They should have flexibility as well. So when the Budget and Finance Committee and the Controller had questions whether this was possible, the Controller hosted a meeting with the United States Treasury to ask that question. So that was the last meeting that we had directly with the United States Treasury. I can give the time over to the Controller to go more over the specific citings of the United States Treasury guidelines, but the Controller also meets with the United States Treasury on a quarterly basis. The last quarterly meeting was in October. It was in actually, it was in September. So September 12th, and then the committee and several members met again on November 21st. So the Controller can go further into detail about the questions that he posed, because a big question was about the hardship and what that would look like. And so generally to the questions that are asking about obligation, this is an interagency agreement. An interagency agreement obligates the dollars. There's no longer an expenditure plan. So you can see the scope of work in the interagency agreement. So if you have any questions of the duties that would be applied to how to kind of go over the scope of works in the interagency agreement, let's see. Let's go to Section 5, which is about public health. And so there are portions in Section 5, this is just an example, for Daltex and public safety to carry out those originally allocated dollars by council, but this is what they're required to carry out by 2026. So this just kind of puts the rubber stamp and says, all right, Navajo Nation Department of Health and the controller, you're responsible for completing this project by 2026. And so what the council's doing is approving that scope of work and saying, this is what we're going to complete. So a little bit more background on how there's a administrative change and how this reinsures that the United States Treasury does cover that. So before I move on to our other colleagues' questions, I'd like to give the controller some more time to talk about those guidelines and questions he asked directly to the Treasury.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Parrish and Speaker Curley, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. So to go directly to Delegate Yazzie, your question about the Treasury, as Chair Parrish stated, we did have one-on-one call with them, Jennifer Priesen and her, one of her colleagues, Emery Redbird, I believe his name is. We posed several questions, mostly pertaining to how would we do a hardship, because we knew there was a reversion, or there was a reversion, and we were kind of asking how that would work. The Treasury basically said, it's not as easy as last time, but it doesn't have to be overly complicated, meaning you can't just select a bunch of people and write them checks. They actually have to attest to a financial hardship reason. But she also said it could be as simple as a piece of paper that every recipient signs that says, it could even be an economic reason, she said. Like you could say, let's say, for example, we have a pot of money that we want to send out to a hardship. Right now it's 5.6, and we say, okay, we just want elders to get this money. Every elder that wants it will come in and fill out a piece of paper that attests, I need this money for this reason. And she even said on record, well, not on record, but on the call, it could be inflation at this point, inflation as a result of COVID-19 pandemic. She said you can cite economic reasons, you can cite COVID reasons if you're still in that, but I think we all know, while COVID is still out there, it's certainly not as prevalent as it was 3-4 years ago. So that was the first call. We also asked her about how would, there was hardship, and we got some more clarification on, I guess, the interagency agreement part. But subsequent to that call, Shinada, we had some meetings and more questions came up as late as last week. And the committee and the speaker asked, can we get on one more call with Parisian just to clarify more questions, just couple more questions. So I'll read you the email exchange between her and I. I asked her, can we get on one last call? I said, the Navajo Speaker and Budget Finance Committee would like to request one last meeting with you for some last minute clarification before a final resolution and interagency agreement is contemplated by the council. She wrote back, and I can send this out if we need it in documentation. Hello, Sean, I hope you had a nice weekend. Unfortunately, I am on work travel this week. SLFRF questions can be sent to the grant team, and then she cites some FAQs. And then I wrote back, okay, thank you. In general, if the Navajo Nation wanted to do one interagency agreement with, say, the Office of the Controller to carry out multiple scopes of work, is that doable? Her response is, hello, Sean, I am not familiar with the structures of the Navajo Nation to answer the question. However, Treasury has not provided guidance on what the interagency agreement must contain beyond the text of FAQ 17.6 and 17.2.3. So, to be honest, Ms. Parisian often does that. She just says, it's in the FAQ, just follow the FAQ or the final rule. She'll often say, I can't tell you yes or no one way or the other, but if you are following what we've already put out in a final rule or the FAQ, then you're fine. So I think, in my opinion, that's what she's telling us here. So with that, I'll read you 17, well, first I'll read you 17.1. How does a recipient incur an obligation? And it says, under the rule adopted in 2021, an obligation means an order placed for property and services and entering into contracts, subawards, and similar transactions that require a payment. Simple. So then it says, refer to 17.6 that has interagency agreements. So scroll down to 17.6, and it says, Treasury considers an interagency agreement, including an agreement in the form of a memorandum of understanding, to constitute a transaction requiring payment, similar to a contract or subaward, and therefore an obligation for purposes of the SLFRF rule if the agreement satisfies one of the following conditions. One, it imposes conditions on the use of funds by the agency, department, or part of government receiving those funds, which we believe the scope of work does. Or two, it governs the provision of funds from one agency, department, or part of government to another to carry out an eligible use of SLFRF funds. Or three, it governs the procurement of goods or services by one agency, department, or part of government from another. So essentially that's saying, if we're going to use an enterprise, let's say, like we're using NTUA now, there's currently an interagency agreement with NTUA. We're requiring them to follow federal procurement guidelines. So that's one of the provisions. And then it further says, in the agreement also satisfies each of the following conditions. One, it sets forth specific requirements such as the scope of work and project deliverables, which we believe this does. It is signed by the parties to the agreement, or otherwise evidences that each party has assented to the agreement, which I believe is why they're proposing the president, the speaker, the controller to sign it. And last, it does not disclaim any binding effect or state that it does not create rights or obligations, which I believe is written in the interagency agreement. It gives some examples, but I'll go down to 17.2.3 just to clarify even more what Treasury says about interagency agreements. Are agreements entered into between units of a tribal government considered obligations for purpose of the SLFRF rule at 31 CFR 35.5, and are they subject to procurement standards of the uniform guidance? Treasury considers an interagency agreement between a particular tribal government's units, including the tribal council, departments, agencies, or other instrumentalities of a tribe, to constitute an obligation for purposes of the SLFRF rule, if the agreement satisfies the conditions set forth in 17.6, which I just read. For purposes of this FAQ, a unit of a tribal government includes an enterprise organized under tribal law. So we currently have these interagency agreements already with NECA and NTUA, and with the chapters, some of the certified chapters. So this isn't anything new that we're doing. We've already done it. Or other instrumentality of the tribe. In addition, a corporation formed under Section 17, that's not what we're proposing. And then it says something about Oklahoma Indian Welfare Act. So this is what Treasury has given us, and it needs to be mentioned that it needs to be very clear to this council as you're making these decisions. Right now, everything is obligated except for 5.6 million. That reverted on November 1st to hardship. Right now, that money's unobligated. So whatever we do in this legislation, we have to have some kind of an interagency agreement to obligate that 5.6 million for hardship. What I think this is also doing is providing flexibilities to, and let me just read you one more thing before I get off topic, about how we should treat monies that are not spent but obligated. And I'll point everyone to, unless I'm going too much. Okay. So 17.19 says, after December 31, 2024, may a recipient use SLFRF funds that were initially obligated but ultimately not expended for an eligible activity. It says, after December 31, 2024 obligation deadline, recipients may have excess funds that were obligated as of the deadline, but not ultimately expended on an eligible activity. For example, a subrecipient or contractor, so whoever we contracted to build the houses for CHID or veterans, may perform work under budget, thereby freeing up previously obligated funds. As another example, there's other examples. In such cases, the recipient may reclassify the SLFRF funds from the original activity to another project that would be under, that would be eligible under SLFRF program rules. And I think that's what we're trying to do with this scope of work, is provide more scopes of work in case something comes under budget, we can move it around before we have to send it back. I think that's what we're trying to do, or the legislation. Yeah, go ahead, I'll stop there.
Back to Chair Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker. And then to Vice Chairwoman Sherilyn Yazzie there, the Controller has been in direct communication with the United States Treasury to ensure that the recommendations before the Council have been vetted. This one avenue to implement the interagency agreement was to ensure that all Navajo Nation FRF dollars stay on Navajo. If the Council, if nobody takes a stance on what to do with these dollars, the dollars get sent back and they're locked. And it's our own process that locks it in with our own expenditure plans. So an interagency agreement, you can read through the scopes of work in the section 5 of the interagency agreement. The Council then is just saying, all right, Controller McCabe, you are going to ensure that DULTEX, that the Division of Public Safety, that CHID, that Veterans Administration, Navajo Land Commission, and the hardship is labeled as Comprehensive Economic Relief Program, that the wastewater sewer infrastructure, that the drinking water infrastructure plan, that the drinking water sourcing plan, that those get carried out. So it's modernizing the process so that we have one interagency agreement. To Shana, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, your question about how do we ensure that that with the new administration, that new guidelines would not impede what we're doing here. My response to that is if we don't do anything today, then in 15 days that $5.6 million gets sent back because it doesn't have a subrecipient agreement currently. So that's one risk that we're taking, is that if we don't do anything today, then we're locked in with the subrecipient agreements that we do have. So that means all of the N2A dollars, those are locked in with those intended purposes. There have been no amendments to their subrecipient agreement. There have been no amendments, yet this interagency agreement allows for flexibility to have that discussion. So that's the biggest change with this interagency agreement, is our approach, is we're getting you can see the waivers, and it's waiving the expenditure plan so that there's flexibility and so that we can have movement with FRF dollars. The Navajo Nation is taking a stance and saying we're not going to have a finalized, have it permanent forever in those expenditure plans, but it is allowing that discussion so we can be more receptive to the new Treasury guidelines. When CNY 2922 was created, they didn't have the same Treasury guidelines that we have today. So modernizing the process really helps the Navajo Nation. Thank you, Speaker. That's my comments for now.
Chair Parrish, Jo anche lo date o yo obigin da seat lo. A lot of the internal processes that we have in place is really what challenged these movement of FRF dollars. So that Treasury in Hilno di what ben hahot hashit di do chideno ina di asha eta leho is an habigatan dan Hilno. It was our own internal process that we made it so difficult. So now we're using the tools that we have from the Treasury to at least make this speed up the process of the dollars that we have right now. So it's just really looking back at, it's a new process that we're identifying with this master agreement. But basically, it's just really saving back our dollars and putting in 5.6 million. We always constantly say that we don't want one penny sent back. So if we don't do any type of action, you know, we taking the lead as ourselves as council to try and fix this. And you know, sometimes you know this has to take a few of us, 24 of us, to fix the problem, at least provide a solution. And this is the solution that we just have to go with, colleagues. So thank you, Pro Temp Chair. Speaker, Pro Temp Speaker.
Yeah, thank you. Achide ya kwado nasonan dole. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Chanela.
Thank you, Shanella, and thank you, Speaker and Chair Parrish, for really taking the lead in this issue with our FRF dollars and the way that you guys are constantly staying on top of everything. I just want to say that, so I read through the legislation twice, just to make sure that I am reading it correctly. Number one, where is the definition of interagency agreement? I looked in the BIM booklet, I don't see the definition. I also, unless I skimmed past it, I didn't see the definition in the legislation. And for me, I just want to make sure that we are very clear that this interagency agreement is going to be allowed by Treasury. So if you look at Section 5, it does define expenditure plan, and it defines administrative approval. So we know what an MOA is. So, you know, that is often used, and my understanding is MOAs have been used with this FRF money. But this is an interagency agreement. Do we have any type of previous, I guess, previous maybe agreements, interagency agreements that were recognized? That's my other question. And then we also have DOJ, Mel Rodas, who is sitting behind you guys. I want something from DOJ saying that this is the right way to handle these funds, because I just want to make sure we're in compliance with what the Treasury says. The next one is under page 5 of 8 in the interagency agreement. You have comprehensive economic relief program. Should the actual word hardship be included somewhere in the interagency agreement? I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time at 2 minutes and 50 seconds. With that, I don't see anybody in the lineup. So with that, I'd like to give some time back over to the presenters. It will be up to you, Speaker, as presenter for others, if you would like them to respond to Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Pro Temp Speaker. So to Chair Regina Charles Newton, thank you for catching that. And if there's any type of amendment that needs to be needed to add to the definition sections, I think we're more than welcome to that, because I know we do have a definitions or term sections in the legislation. So if it makes everyone feel comfortable, you know, we're more than open to that, to have that drafted. But so we can have portions of that drafted as well. But in terms back to the scope of work, you're referring to section 5(4), section 5(b)(4). So that is where we put in the agreement for comprehensive economic relief program, original FRF allocation of 5.6 million. And this is where we were talking about the hardship. So we didn't use the word hardship within the scope of work or agreement, because within the Treasury guideline, it identifies it as an economic relief program. So we're just not like tying our hands to a cash assistant, but it can also be any part of Category 2 of the Treasury guidelines. So we can send that out too, of that flexibility. But overall, it gives the controller is authorized to utilize subcontractors or consultants for the scope of work or any other existing or future obligated contracts or purchase orders. So that was the portion of debate where we had it to, but we just wanted to try and stay consistent with the Treasury guidelines.
Altoya. Okay, so with that, oh, all right, back to the presenter.
The mic, okay. We do have the mic. So Chair Gina Charles Newton, sorry if I overlooked one question. So you're talking to DOJ to making sure that the right process or legally sufficients are taking place. So in the legislation itself, if you look at Section 3, D, it should be on page 5. It does read immediately following the Navajo Nation's Council's passage of this action and prior to the execution of Exhibit A, the interagency agreement, the Navajo Nation Department of Justice shall review and may modify the Exhibit A agreement for the limited purposes of correcting any legal sufficiencies that would prevent fulfillment of the intent of this action. The DOJ shall immediately notify the Budget and Finance Committee in writing of any modifications. So this is where we put that clause in there. You know, we're taking the lead this on ourselves. Just a really handful of us, or this council has been, you know, we were at a point in time where there was no proposals that were coming from the other branches of really how to save these dollars. So we just had to take the lead again to make sure that at least we're doing the effort to try to save these dollars. But we did put that clause in there to at least after this action that there's some type of a discussion that needs to take place with our attorneys to make sure that it's legally sufficient. The Exhibit A.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So we'll go ahead and give some time over to DOJ.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you, honorable delegates, legislative sponsor, Chair Parrish, Controller, and good afternoon all. My name is Mel Rodas. I'm from the Tax and Finance Unit of Navajo Nation DOJ. I would just have a few points to make. Number one, in terms of hardship assistance, that $5.6 million is the only amount of funds that hasn't been obligated to date. And so one comment that was made by the presenters is that we have to be very concerned about that $5.6 million and make sure that it doesn't go back to Treasury. I agree with that, but I want to point out that Council Resolution CMY 2824 did authorize the creation of an MOA to address those hardship assistance dollars and directed that an MOA be created. An MOA can be interchangeable with this term interagency agreement, so there's no magic language. I did draft, per that resolution, I did draft an MOA for the hardship assistance funding that $5.6 million. So if that is signed by the end of this month, then there's no risk to that $5.6 million. That's one point that I wanted to make. The other is the comment was made that this legislation and that this interagency agreement would replace expenditure plans that council has approved previously, or that there's a waiver of the expenditure plans. I really need to, I've read the legislation twice and the interagency agreement twice, but I need additional time to determine if that is the case. If there truly is a waiver of the previously approved expenditure plans and a rescission of funding for those approved expenditure plans, that is a reallocation of funding that would subject this legislation to a line item veto authority by the president. So I think that needs to be clarified, that it sounds like the legislative intent is to do away with the expenditure plans. And the reason given was to create additional flexibility about how the funding is used, and so that modifications can be facilitated and less cumbersome. I definitely don't disagree with the concept of, modifications to expenditure plans should be easier. I think that they should be easier, but I think that there needs to be a clarification on, is the legislative intent to do away with the expenditure plans that council has already approved? That really needs to be clarified. The other point that I wanted to make is that the scopes of work in the interagency agreement lack sufficient detail. So they would need to be augmented, and additional detail would have to be inserted into that interagency agreement. I think in order for this to meet the requirements of the Treasury guidance at FAQ 17.6, that requires specificity. And then I do acknowledge, though, and appreciate the language in the legislation about allowing DOJ to make edits to the interagency agreement that are legally necessary in order for there to be compliance with Treasury guidance. So I think that's an important point. And the other point that I would like to make is that, as I stated before, all funds other than the 5.6 million are already obligated. How are they obligated? They're obligated under MOAs and contracts. So I think that we really need to be clear about the legislative intent here, about putting, for example, NTUA's and MOAs, NECA's MOAs, other chapter, delegate region project plan, MOAs with LGA certified chapters under this interagency agreement. Is the legislative intent of council to nullify or terminate those existing MOAs and contracts? So if that is the legislative intent to do away with the MOAs and contracts that are already obligating funds, that should be clarified, because it's a little bit unclear. If we do that, it's risky in the sense that if Treasury later decides that this interagency agreement is insufficient to obligate the funding, and we've done away with the other MOAs and contracts that have already obligated the funds will be considered to have not been obligated. So there has to be some solution where we're not doing away with, terminating, replacing all of the agreements that are noted here in this legislation. There's a lot of funding under MOAs with NTUA and NECA. That's significant. So I think it needs to be clarified what is happening with those existing agreements and the funds that are already obligated under those agreements, and why is it necessary to have another additional level of obligation for funds that have been obligated. I think that the concern is only to obligate the 5.6 million for hardship assistance, and my preference would be to leave all those other existing MOAs and contracts in place that have already obligated FRF, because those have already been determined to be legally sufficient to obligate the funding. Those are my comments at this time, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that, I don't see anybody in the lineup, and I will go back to reserve time. Honorable Yazi, you have 4 minutes and 9 seconds.
Thank you for answering my question. So I think right now everybody that is listening to our conversation has kind of done the math on the hardship. And so if we did another round of hardship, it would seem that everybody would get about $14. So they're thinking in their head, you know, that's enough for a bag of Cheetos, a candy bar, and a soda. So my question would be also, would this legislation allow for more funds to be added to that 5.6 million hardship pot? Because it has become apparent that, you know, we will always be a reactive government. And even though if we've obligated all the funds except for this 5.6 million, that the FRF that are listed, the recipients that are listed in our legislations, if they can't spend all their money at the end of the 2 years, what happens to those monies? Can that move into this hardship pot? And how are you, or as probably budget and finance, how will you be following that? And then, so those are my questions. Lastly, again, I think the people who are listening would want to know what the timeline, what is that going to look like? Because they would want to know how to apply, where to apply. Are we having to set up a whole nother program or guidelines? Even though you said it should be simple, like a simple piece of paper, we tend to not do that. You know, we create a process and it becomes very confusing, and then someone explains it and then somebody else changes it. So how are we going to simplify that? And I would think that it would be also the FRF office that should also have a lot of this communication out there. And then also, when this legislation, if it becomes approved, how will you make sure that it gets simplified for the people to understand what we are deciding to do with the hardship? Because that will always be the question that's a question now that I receive. Those are my questions. Reserve my time.
Reserve time at 1 minute and 54 seconds. With that, we'll go to the next reserve time, which is Honorable George Toth at 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker / Auto Presenter Senegi. Just have a question on page 5 of 8. On number 2, Veterans Administration's getting another 50 million. Is that correct, or is this another supplementary fund for veterans? Or this is already in the books? Just wanted to know. Thank you. I'll waive all the rest of my time, Chair. Thank you.
Again, Honorable Toth waives the rest of his time. So with that, moving on to the next reserve time, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, 3 minutes and 22 seconds.
For the response. It's been emphasized that we have 24 months. If we go back 24 months, that's more, we're still shy of several months from when the initial ARPA-related legislation took place. Ako, Mr. Controller, you've mentioned numerous times that you've had ideas, different ways that we can improve our system, which I don't know what the current status is of that. So how do we also ensure the next 24 months is not a reflection of our past 24 months? And I think every time we hear some updates from yourself, there's always an acknowledgement that there's certain different things being considered when it comes to our procurement and other different laws applicable to spending the people's money. So what is the current status of that? And I also requested of you to provide a breakdown of exactly post November 1st where a lot of those funds are. I did receive it from Chair Parrish, but I did request it from you directly about 3 weeks ago. I think that would be an important document to review, and considering if there are new funding going into such a hardship pot. At this time, I'm favorable for just our elderly, our veterans, and our disabled. And I think that takes, away from many of us who would be gladly to, prioritize our three vulnerable populations in that sense. So those are my questions. At this time, I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time at 1 minute and 42 seconds. With that, next reserve time, Honorable Eugenia Charles Nguyen, 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. So going back to what Mel stated, so I've said this before, and I'm not afraid to say it again. When council passes a legislation and then it goes through the process, we always get DOJ saying no, or we always get DOJ, getting involved in these projects. So we have to be very clear that of the intent of this legislation, number one, and then number two, I did send in a request to Chief Legislative Counsel to put that amendment in for the definition of interagency. So I agree with what the intent is, because the way that I'm reading it, it's to make sure that no funds go back. However, as I stated, DOJ is always getting in the mix. I find it very interesting that DOJ took the time to comment on a legislation regarding the AG, but they cannot provide comment on all other legislations. And then it's not until after the legislation is passed by council that they find all of these reasons to say no. So when I think of DOJ, I think, okay, they're the no stop. If you want something, if you don't want, something to go through, you just go to DOJ and they will find a no. So I disagree with the language on page 5 of 12, giving DOJ that power to do that. I think that if DOJ has an issue right now with this legislation, they need to state it and provide some guidance to this council, because at the end of the day, DOJ works for the Navajo people. All of these projects, all of these monies are for the Navajo people. So regardless of whether they agree with council, regardless of whether they agree with president, it is for the Navajo people. So I just want to, and I will be making the amendment to remove that part with DOJ, because I don't want to give DOJ any more power than what they have right now. And I think that if DOJ has a problem with the legislation right now, they need to state it on the record, and they need to work with Office of Legislative Counsel to make corrections. That's why I also ask for the definition of the interagency agreement. Because my understanding is, as sovereign nations, if Navajo
Okay, thank you. No more time. So with that, there's new individuals in the lineup. And so with that, Honorable Benito.
Good afternoon. Yeah, and have a question on your, the ARPA spending. How much is the ARPA being spent out, paid out? That'd be my first question. Then my second question would be the Budget and Finance have visited all these 5 agencies for an unmet needs for chapters, and does that fit in? And then third question is that, a lot of the chapters that I have, they have new proposal that they want to propose to get some of these ARPA funds. And is that where the delegate region plan comes in? I just need a little bit of clarification on your 6 of 8 page on G. That will be my questions. Yeah. I reserve my time, and I'll give my time to Delegate Newton. Yeah. That's done.
Yeah, thank you for that, Honorable Unito. And you reserve or you yield the rest of your time. I won't repeat the last name, but it's Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, 3 minutes and 59 seconds. Are you going to accept, Janella?
I am going to accept that.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Unito, for yielding your time to me. So again, in terms of the interagency agreement, so number one, again, I need that definition, because Council has done MOAs, and Council has recognized MOAs, and MOAs have been done for ARPA money. This interagency agreement is something that's brand new. And I just want to make sure that we're catching these glitches before they become issues at DOJ. So if we have to do an MOA, I would feel more comfortable doing an MOA as opposed to an interagency agreement. And I think that what Mr. Rhodes stated does need to be clarified in that, number one, we need to make it clear what our legislative intent is. And I'm reading this legislation, and I believe that the legislative intent is to ensure that no money, absolutely no money, goes back to the federal government. That's the way that I'm reading this, and I want it on the record, because if DOJ disagrees with that, then we need it stated on the record right now when we're talking about the legislative intent. I also think that the question of this interagency agreement, is it to do away with the expenditure plan? And I think that that needs to be stated on the record as well, because DOJ has brought that up. If the answer is no, then that's what it is. If the answer is yes, then I think we need to go back and we need to look at this to say, okay, how do we go about creating a memorandum of agreement, an MOA that has been recognized by this council and it has been passed using FRF money? And then in terms of the hardship, I agree that it needs to be flexible. And I think that the question was asked, is there a way that we can put more money into the pot, which is what myself and Delegate Vince James have been asking and advocating for. So once this legislation goes through, if they cannot spend that money after December 31st of 2024, does it mean that any additional funds will be reverted to I know you guys don't call it hardship, as Speaker stated, you guys are going with what the term is stated in Treasury, but does it go to the economic relief program? And I'm thinking that we need to do away with the word hardship and maybe call it the economic relief program, so that we are in line with what Treasury is saying we can do with these funds, to avoid any confusion, to avoid any, where they can disagree with the way that we are establishing this. Technically, it's called hardship to us, but this economic relief program. So I just need some clarification on that. And then again, for the legislative intent, We need it on the record, and it needs to be in black and white to the Department of Justice that this is what the intent is. That way it's flexible in the way that any funds that are remaining can be used, or whether those remaining funds are going to go into the hardship, so that the legislative intent of this legislation, which is not to send one penny back, that legislative intent is made clear to the Department of Justice. Thank you. I'm out of time.
Yeah, thank you. So with that, we have one more in the lineup. Shubijit Honorable Jesus.
Yeah, thank you, Pro Temp Speaker and colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I'd just like to thank Shadeja, Honorable Speaker, and Shadeja, Honorable Chair Parrish, and also Controller McCabe in bringing this legislation here before Council for consideration. And I believe the anticipated outcome is to possibly look at maximizing, the usage of these ARPA dollars. One of the area that I believe has been a hit and miss, and I think our Resources and Development Committee has been talking about this, is providing that internet connectivity in the homes of our constituents across Navajo Nation. That is still a big gap right now. And one of the areas that we're talking about is Starlink option. And one of the areas that maybe, Budget and Finance Committee could consider is possibly hooking up or providing Starlink to a lot of our households that still don't have internet connectivity. And then also looking at paying possibly the first 5 years for our communities, so that we don't have to have any of our households worry about their monthly Starlink bill, at least for the first 5 years, so that a lot of our students that are going back to school, whether it's the higher educational institution or even, homebound students that are trying to get their GED or high school diploma, and we still have homeschool students across the Navajo Nation. And then also we do have a lot of our workforce that are still working from home, and that could be an option. So maybe that would be an option to look at. But again, I'm in support, and however we shift this, whether if it's going to be MOU or an agreement, but let's get to a consensus, because we don't want this money going back to federal government. So with that said, I'd like to go ahead, Pro Temp Speaker, yield the rest of my time to Chair Charles Newton.
Yeah, thank you. With that, Honorable Jesus yields 3 minutes and 7 seconds to Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Do you accept?
I accept.
Okay. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. So at this time, since I am on borrowed time, and I'd like to make a motion at this time to remove the section D on page 5 of 12 that gives the Department of Justice that power to go back and to correct any legal insufficiencies. I believe that should be done here at council, so that we are voting on a full legislation that is very clear, and that DOJ cannot come back to us to say that this document is legally insufficient, or in the event that they come back to say that this legislation is legally insufficient, because we will by at that time have run out of time to make those types of corrections and to have a full legislation presented to President for his approval. So I want to make that motion. In addition to that, part of that motion, I did put in a request for the definition for the interagency agreement, because I need to know as a delegate the difference between an interagency agreement and a MOA. And I want to make sure that I know it sounds like they might not carry the same weight. I just want to make sure that this legislation is going to be a legislation that cannot be challenged. I support the legislation. I think that the 5.6, we're going to have to figure out who is going to be eligible for that. But I also think that more funding should go into that pot, because what I worry about is nobody is going to know what funds
they can or cannot use until the deadline starts to approach in 2026. I wonder, is there any flexibility if in 2026, let's say in June of 2026, a division or a department comes forward to say, I cannot spend this $1 million. Is there a way that that $1 million could be reverted to that hardship to ensure, again, this council is trying to make sure, and I want it on the record for the entire world to hear, that no money goes back to the federal government. These monies are for the Navajo people. That's why I keep saying, just do a hardship with any funding that's left over, because our Navajo people will cash that check, and that money will be used with these projects. And as we start to introduce new projects, we don't know if we're going to meet that timeline. So if we are to ensure that no money goes back to the Navajo people, then we need to ensure that a majority of those funds go back into the hardship.
Yeah, thank you for that. So is the amendment 1 that is made by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, did you guys email that out, or is it ready? Is it ready? Okay, so the amendment is getting emailed. So with that, I will accept that motion. Motion made by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton for Amendment 1. And so with that, if we can have that amendment read into the record. I believe amendment is on the board.
Pro Tem Chair, members of Nomination Council, you have amendment number 1 into legislation number 0264-24. 1, on page 5 at line 1, insert the following after Exhibit A. Exhibit A, this interagency agreement is a legal agreement between the named parties that legally binds the parties to the obligation, terms, and conditions set forth herein. This interagency agreement. 2, on page 5, it deletes lines 23 through 28 in their entirety as follows. Strike through. Immediately following the Nomination Council's passage of this action and prior to the execution of the Exhibit A interagency agreement, the Navajo Nation Department of Justice shall review and modify the existing Exhibit A interagency agreement for the limited purposes of correcting any legal insufficiencies that would prevent fulfillment of the intent of this action. The Department of Justice shall immediately notify the Budget Finance Committee in writing of any notifications finish strike-through. 3, renumber and re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Service and Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this action and exhibits to implement the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes any inconsistent wording in any other amendment. Pro Tem Chair, members of the Navajo Nation Council, that is amendment number 1, read into the record.
Okay, thank you for reading that into the record, Mr. Tahi. With that, do I have a motion? Do I have a second? Second made by Honorable Jesus. Questions on Amendment 1? Point of order made by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. So I call this point of order under Rule 25. Really, it's A. So the point of order shall be raised immediately after an error is made. And in this case, the error is with the amendment. Speaker Pro Tem, I also ask, in addition to removing that language, that we also include the definition of interagency agreement so that we know the difference between the memorandum of agreement and then the interagency agreement, and whether this would be considered a legally sufficient document, Speaker Pro Tem. And I don't see that in the amendment, so can I get that included in the amendment? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Honorable Eugene Charles Newton. I'll go ahead and give it to Chief Legal Counsel.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker and the 25th Navajo Nation Council and Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. I believe that in this amendment, we are providing the definition of interagency agreement. And this comes from the Treasury, the interagency agreement is a legal agreement between the named parties that legally binds the parties to the obligations, terms, and conditions set forth therein. And that's my response, is that is the definition.
Thank you very much. With that, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, point of order.
Thank you for that, Office of Legislative Counsel. Where in the document, can you point to that in the document where you just now read off that interagency agreement as being legally binding? Because in the amendment, it says this interagency agreement is a legal agreement between the named parties that legally binds the parties to the obligations, terms, and conditions set forth therein. But I think I heard you say that this is allowed under Treasury. So if you could just point to it in the legislation so that I can feel better about it being a legally sufficient document. Thank you.
Thank you again, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. I'll go ahead and recognize that point of order. With that, Chief Legal Counsel. Okay, she's given the mic to Ms. Lorlina Tapai.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton. So I wanted to speak to the issue of the Treasury requirements, some of which were referenced by the Controller, Mr. McCabe. So in preparing, before I even sat down to start drafting the interagency agreement, I looked at FAQ 17.6 from the Treasury, and this was provided to me by Mr. McCabe. 17.6 says, does an interagency agreement between departments and agencies within a recipient's government constitute an obligation? So that's the key. We need to obligate the money, all of the money, by December 31st, 2024. So we have to make sure we're obligating it. So now the question is, answered by the FAQ from Treasury, issued by Treasury, does an interagency agreement constitute an obligation? So Treasury considers an interagency agreement to be an obligation if it satisfies, there's two parts to this test. Category 1 is the interagency agreement must satisfy one of the following three conditions. 1, the agreement must impose conditions on the use of funds by the agency receiving the funds. 2, it governs the provision of funds from one agency to another. 3, it governs procurement of goods and services. So out of those 3, we have to meet one of those. So there is a specific provision in the Exhibit A interagency agreement that was written in there that says, that is on page, it is on page, it's on the page 8, final page of Exhibit A. Section 6, conditions on the use of funds. Okay, so that section there meets that 1 out of 3 requirement under the FAQ that the Department of Treasury issued, okay? So now there's another category. And the interagency agreement also must satisfy each of the following 3 conditions. So we have to meet the following 3. Number 1, the agreement must set forth requirements, specific requirements such as the scope of work and project deliverables. So if you look at Exhibit A, Section 5, all of which was prepared by the controller. That's the scope of work for all of this money, all of the remaining money from the original allocations in those resolutions, okay? So the scope of work is very specific. A, public health. The controller listed Treasury expenditure category 1.7. And in B, category 2.5, negative economic impacts. C, Treasury category 5.1, wastewater and sewer infrastructure. D is Treasury category 5.11, drinking water infrastructure. E is category 5.13, drinking water sourcing. F, drinking water storage under category 5.14. G, and this goes to Delegate Tull's question about delegate region plans. D is Division of Community Development was originally allocated 211.2, and the controller is going to continue working to manage and administer the remaining money in all of the delegate region plans. So H is expenditure categories 7.1 and 7.2. And the NNFRF office also had funds provided to it. And then in H, the scope of work will cover the following activities listed in Treasury's FAQ. And I, project management costs. So all of this is laid out in accordance with the requirement in the Treasury FAQ for what will fly as an interagency agreement, what Treasury will accept as an interagency agreement. Number 1, it must set forth specific requirements such as the scope of work. So we did that. Second requirement, must be signed by the parties and evidences that each party has assented to the agreement. So that's provided for on the last page where all the parties will indeed sign the agreement. The President, the Navajo Nation Council, the Speaker will sign for the Council, and the Controller will also sign. Now, The third requirement, the interagency agreement cannot disclaim binding effect. So the inverse of that, the opposite of that, by implication, is that the agreement needs to have legal and binding effect. So that's exactly what's provided for in the statement that was added by Honorable Delegate Charles Newton's amendment, where the definition or the description of what the interagency agreement is simply a statement that it's a legally binding agreement between the named parties, okay? So, also section 7 on the last page of Exhibit A, the parties intend this agreement to have legal effect and bind the parties and the recipient agencies. So those categories, those requirements to make an interagency agreement that Treasury will accept, those were carefully followed, and they were all put into the actual Exhibit A, okay? So I think the amendment describing what the interagency agreement is sufficient. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. So with that, again, there is a motion that was made by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. So with that, kodo ye disna ako na adik. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. Just really quickly, you mentioned FAQ 17.6, and you said it's in the interagency agreement, or I'm sorry, yes, it's in Exhibit A. I'm looking at the actual legislation, because as you know, legally, the legislation carries more weight. And although the exhibits are attached, the exhibits are only descriptions that supplement or that maybe is supporting the legislation. So FAQ 17.6, and you said that there's two categories for which this interagency agreement kind of falls into. My question, Speaker Pro Tem, is where in the legislation is FAQ 17.6 cited, so that when it goes back to the legislation, when Department of Justice is looking at the legislation, we will have something in the legislation that says that this interagency agreement is a legally binding agreement that is recognized by the Treasury under 17.6. So I want to, Speaker Pro Tem, I need to know in the legislation, where does it state FAQ 17.6 of the Treasury guideline? Thank you.
Yeah, no. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. So with that, I'll go ahead and give some time back over to Mr. Pai.
Thank you. There's no specific FAQ 17.6 cited in the body of the legislation. However, if you read Section 2 findings, it is very, very clear, reading the entire findings section, that the intent of the interagency agreement attached as Exhibit A is meant to satisfy Treasury's requirement for obligation of money by December 31st, 2024. If you look at the top of page 4, G, it specifically says, G on line 2, top of page 4 of the legislation, federal requirements allow for a comprehensive interagency agreement to be approved and entered into to obligate all remaining NNFRF by December 31st, 2024. Such an interagency agreement would include provisions to ensure that all NNFRF funds are expended by the December 31st, 2026 federal deadline. So That's mentioned in the findings, and then in section 3, which is the operative provisions of this resolution. Section 3A at the bottom of page 4. The Navajo Nation hereby approves the Exhibit A, the interagency agreement attached as Exhibit A. And it says the interagency agreement covers the NNFRF dollars remaining as of the effective date of this action. And it includes the 5.6 million of that hardship money. So B goes on to say on line 7 there that the interagency agreement covers remaining NNFRF money and FRF expenditures by all recipient agencies through December 31st, 2026. So regarding Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton's concerns, I think that we have more than satisfied those concerns, and the critical document is the actual interagency agreement, and the interagency agreement has clearly been approved in this resolution, and it will then further be signed by the parties, the named parties that are listed on page 8 of the Exhibit A. That's all I have on that point.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So I know some of my colleagues, council members did not really hear you loud and clear, Ms. Tapahi, so just an FYI, if we can speak a little louder. So with that, there's a motion and a second. Motion made by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, second by Honorable Brenda Jesus. So with that, we have Honorable Yazzie in the lineup. The floor is yours.
Thank you for that motion, but I do have a question about my question would be, if you're taking out DOJ, and then who do you recommend, or who's going to have the capacity and the resource to review and modify the interagency agreements? Those would be my question, because we still want to make sure that those are legally sufficient, that we're doing things with the Department of Treasury in mind. So that's my question. Thank you. Reserve my time.
You had reserved time at 4 minutes and 26 seconds. I don't see anybody in the lineup, so with that, I will go back to the main motion. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton for response.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Vice Chair Yazzie, for that question. So the reason why I remove this is so that we can have the conversation here, so that DOJ can point out the issues with this legislation so that we can correct it right here, right now, as opposed to approving it and then DOJ coming back and saying, like, either one, this document is not legally sufficient, or number two, the intent is this, but we decided this. So I feel like we're giving DOJ that power to come back and not, I guess, move this legislation forward in what the intent of council is. So I'm asking Department of Justice right now to tell us what we need to do to make sure that this document is legally sufficient, as opposed to passing the legislation and then having them find something wrong with it. That was the whole reason for this removal. And it's not to remove DOJ from the equation. It's to say, DOJ, now is the time to speak up, so that when it's ready to implement this legislation, they're not finding all of these things that are wrong with it. That is my response, Speaker Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anybody in the lineup, so with that, to reserve time, 4 minutes and 26 seconds. Honorable Yazzie.
I still want to know who would be put in the place of Department of Justice to review and modify the intergovernment agreements? That's my question. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Reserve at 4:13. With that, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton for response.
DOJ is still going to review and modify. They're just going to do it now. They're not going to do it after we pass the legislation, because council is the governing body. Council is the one that creates legislation, we debate the legislation, and we vote on the legislation. This section here says that we're going to pass this legislation, and then if DOJ has any issues, afterwards DOJ will come back and make those modifications. What I am worried about is that we have put DOJ in the driver's seat right now by making these, I guess, modifications and reviews after the legislation is passed. That's not how legislative bodies work. DOJ should be part of the conversation at this point to make such reviews and such modifications. And at this point, DOJ did on the record state that they needed to know what our legislative intent is, and we have stated it on the record what our legislative intent is, and that they also need to know if the interagency agreement, if it meets the Treasury guidelines. And per Office of Legislative Counsel, in the legislation, it says that the interagency agreement does meet the Treasury guideline. That's why I'm removing D, is because if DOJ said you need these things to make this document, I guess, to meet the obligation of Treasury, and we've made those changes, then we don't need D. So DOJ cannot come back after this legislation is passed to say, we can't do this because of A, B, and C. We've already on the record got Department of Justice to review and to make modifications. Those review and modifications are happening right now with this council. Otherwise, if we allow for D to continue to stay in the legislation, in essence, this council would be voting for a legislation. We don't even know what DOJ is going to be changing. So we're giving that authority and power to DOJ to do that. What I'm trying to say is, DOJ, say your piece now so we can make those modifications here with this legislation, and so that council knows what we are voting for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So with that, we have one in the lineup, and that is Honorable Shana Tlaw.
Thank you, Shanella. So my question will be to the Department of Justice, if they have forwarded any modifications to the Budget and Finance Committee, if those modifications either pertaining to this particular legislation or any of the FRF ARPA legislations have ever been received, and if so, how were those documented? So that would be my question, and I'll reserve the rest of my time.
Reserve time at 4 minutes and 30 seconds. With that, I'll give some time over to DOJ for response.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, and thank you, Honorable Cloud, for the question. You asked if I had if DOJ or myself had forwarded any proposed edits to the Budget and Finance Committee with respect to this legislation. No, I have not, because no one in DOJ had the opportunity to review this legislation. So I saw it after the invocation this morning. So I didn't participate in drafting it. I didn't have a chance to review it. I would need additional time. I can't do it on the spot, and I also can't do it by myself. because the edits would involve other attorneys and other units of DOJ other than just the tax and finance unit of DOJ. I did, to answer the second part of your question, I did participate in drafting a different legislation, which was a proposed legislation to make the process to modify expenditure plans easier, but that didn't go forward. And so this is a different legislation with respect to the interagency agreement, not the one that I participated in drafting. So I would respectfully ask for additional time for DOJ to be able to make comments and suggestions about any edits to the interagency agreement. Alternatively, if council's desires to go forward now, then I think that the provisions should stay in instead of being eliminated, because as it is, I do not think that the scopes of work are sufficient to be able to obligate these funds. They don't have enough detail. So I think that they would need to be expanded upon and to include more detail, especially if council is talking about eliminating the expenditure plans. If we're saying we're not going by the expenditure plans anymore, then the scopes of work definitely have to be made more specific. And then the other amendments, other than the scopes of work, would be to better define what controller's authority is under the interagency agreement in terms of having oversight and control of each, I don't want to say expenditure plan if they're not expenditure plans anymore, but each funding purpose, I guess we could say. I think that needs to be further clarified in the interagency agreement. And then the other thing is, so under Title II, President has the authority to sign contracts on behalf of the executive branch. President's signature binds the executive branch. Controller's signature does not bind the executive branch. And President's signature does not bind chapters and enterprises. So I think that we have a problem in terms of approval authority if we're bringing in these other entities into the agreement, such as NTUA, NECA, and LG certified chapters. So that's another issue. But either the provision allowing DOJ to make improvements to the agreement should remain in and not be eliminated, or I would respectfully ask that DOJ be given more time to review this and make necessary edits so that this interagency agreement would accomplish your goal, which is to obligate the funds. At this point, I don't think it will be sufficient to accomplish that goal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So with that, nobody in the lineup, and I'll go back to reserve time. Honorable Yazzie, 4 minutes and 13 seconds.
Thank you. So for DOJ, if you're asking for more time to review this, how much time would you be asking for? And since this funding, any of our funding is under Department of Treasury, I would think that more people's eyes should be on this. And we should have our attorneys, making sure that, we're spending this money in a fiscal responsible manner. And so I would think that we should be keeping D in. So there's more eyes on this. So we're not in years to come during an audit, we have audit findings and we have to pay this money back. That would be, my concern of, taking this back out. And then I'd also like to ask Controller McCabe, based on what you're reading with your readings with the department, the Treasury Department, you know, I want to know, even like for you, when would we start auditing ourselves? And how are we doing? How have we been doing? Are we okay? How much findings do we have? Those would be my questions for now. I'll reserve my time.
Reserve time at 2 minutes and 49 seconds. With that, Honorable Claw, 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
I will go ahead and wait for those answers, and I will reserve the rest of my time.
With that, reserve time at 4 minutes and 25 seconds. So with that, I will go back to the main motion. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. So after talking to the sponsors and the reason for them including that language in the legislation and hearing the concerns from Vice Chair Yazzie, I'm going to remove my motion at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So with that, motion for Amendment 1 has been withdrawn. So with that, we will go back to the main motion. And I don't see anybody in the lineup for the main motion. And so reserve time, I will go back to main motion, reserve time. Honorable Yazzie, 1 minute and 54 seconds.
I had questions that haven't been answered. Reserve my time.
We're back on the main motion, Honorable Yazzie. So with that, back to the main motion, Honorable Dr. Andy Ness.
Thank you, Shijay. That's my situation as well. When we were on the main motion, going to Honorable Charles Newton, we did reach the point where we were doing the amendment. So going back to the main motion, I too had addressed questions, but they haven't been answered. Thank you. I'll reserve my time.
All right, thank you for that. So let me go back to the presenters. Speaker Curley, Chair Parrish, and Controller McCabe.
Okay, thank you, Speaker Pro Temp, and thank you again, Chair Gina Charles Newton. I know you were in good faith of trying to get this done. I think that's been all of our intent, is getting the work done. Joe Kwade Asaha, we're the only ones that's trying to address our ARPA dollars and trying to save it. And I just want to reiterate, we have not received any recommendations coming from executive branch on how to do this. So so that's one of the reasons why we put that clause in there, that there has to be some type of review that still needs to take place with DOJ to get their input to make sure that they capture the intent, and then also to make those modifications. So just to clear that, and overall our intent is to try to save all of our ARPA dollars and to make this easily as understandable as possible. Joe Aben, I know it's just an internal process that we keep debating, and it is just our own way that we structure things. So, but overall, back to the questions that were raised from Vice Chair Yazzie, you asked about the hardship. So if you look at the agreement in the Comprehensive Economic Relief Program, it did allocate 5.6 million. So that is more, I guess in general sense, it's more like it's in place there. It's a placeholder. So like say if there's any of these amounts within these allocations are not doable, or if we're really pushing the deadline by 2026, it's flexible enough to have an opportunity to increase it. So that's the reason why we don't want to just tie our hands and say this is it, this is the way it's going to be. So we were trying to combat that within this legislation. So if you're talking about making it, if there's any chances of any type of more money to be put into the economic impact, or AKA hardship that we call it, there's that flexibility to do so. And Kodoshiche Delegate Tolt, he asked about the listing and the agreement. So for veterans housing, that was the original allocation that went there. So this legislation is not speaking to any new other allocation other than obligating the 5.6 million. Although Delegate Dr. Endinez, the current system underneath controller, his vision on how to monitor these dollars, I'll have him answer that himself. But in the legislation, it did address of moving FRF to the Office of Controller just for that particular reason. I know during the Nabikia work sessions or even at standing committees, each one of us all get different numbers. We get different numbers from Controller, we get different numbers from FRF, then we get a different number from the executive program. So and then we would make directives and say we need this to be confirmed by the Controller, and those were some of the directives that came out from the work session. To this day, we have not gotten the exact numbers, or if they ever got with the Controller. So it's just been a catching cat and mouse game for all this time. So, but I'll have Controller elaborate on why that decision was made. And these are, like I said, colleagues, these are not new concept that we have envisioned. These are more recommendations and frustration challenges that we all have heard throughout our Nabikia ticket work sessions and reports. And Kodo Delegate Yanito, your Controller can also share of how much has been expended, so he does have that report ready on hand. And then for the unmet needs of the chapters that the Budget and Finance Committee has done for the public hearings, that was geared towards the comprehensive budget for the nation. So it didn't, there were some visions or goals shared of the FRF funding, but that's more geared towards to the budget itself. Although Kwaigi new proposals for chapters HBA Hot Itininigi is, I think this is a different conversation that we need to have as delegates, is the unallocated 293 million in the RRR account, the reserve account. Line item veto aliande. Those dollars were geared to go back to at least 11 million per chapter regions or per delegate region. So, but in this legislation, that it does not have any more new allocations. So, and Chair Jesus, you're correct. We have to think outside the box and trying to utilize every guidance that is within the Treasury guidelines to maximize the usage of our dollars. And you did mention some comments or possibilities of, economic relief program of buying Starlinks or something of that sort. If that's the vision, it provides that flexibility to do so. And I'll turn the floor over to Chair Parrish, and then I'll give the floor back over to Controller as well.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I feel that you have answered our colleagues' questions. I don't know if Controller McCabe has further comments.
Thank you, Speaker, Chair Parrish, and members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. To go directly to Delegate Nez's questions, first, let me apologize. You mentioned a report that you requested 3 weeks ago. I apologize for not getting that to you. I'm glad you finally got it, but certainly be more responsive to that. Secondly, the system question, as far as how we're going to improve money going out. So I've reported to this council that there was a joint effort between OMB, OOC, FRF, no, sorry, not FRF, the Department of Personnel Management and Vital Records to bring on a new ERP system, which has kicked off already, and the project is underway. It'll take about a year to implement that, which will further modernize how we do things. So the systems, from an accounting standpoint, are starting now. I think, you know, one of the questions this is coming up is, you know, the movement of the, how we're addressing how to handle these FRF dollars before the ERP system is implemented. And I think the way I've described it to the committee and the speaker, Shinadai, is we have a tendency to pile a lot of different policies and procedures and approvals upon what should be a pretty simple process. I think the easiest way for me to say it is, when it comes to ARPA and Treasury, Treasury basically said, you know, Navajo Nation, in response to COVID-19, here's 50 cents, go buy a Coke. And that's what they said. And it has to be for the purposes of the Coke, and that's it. But Navajo Nation took that and said, okay, before we buy a Coke, we have to, OOC's got to look at it, DOJ's got to look at it, OMB got to look at it, Budget and Finance Committee needs to look at it. And we got this like alphabet soup of bureaucracy that we have to go through just to spend money that we have no choice but to spend in 24 months. We have no choice, or we're giving it back. And so I think part of what we're, at least my understanding of what we're trying to do in this legislation, is start moving all these different stops that this money has to go through before we can spend it. And it goes to Delegate Yanito's question about how much has been spent. And you know, we were given $2,079,000 3 years ago. 3 years ago, that money hit our bank account. And other than a $550 million hardship, which went out, I don't know, a couple years ago, which basically spent down to about $1.5 billion, and then all the money we've given to NTUA, the Navajo Nation has spent maybe 10% of the original ARPA allocation. Now it's ramping up. I mean, I will be honest about that. There's housing being done, but to date, we haven't done a whole lot with the money. And we had 3 years to do it. And now here we are 2 weeks before the deadline, and all the money is obligated, it is, but we don't have flexibility to do much with it other than what's under the current contracts. And I think, at least from my standpoint, what we're trying to do is provide a way, Dr. Nez and council, a system to say, I mean, none of these departments are going to spend exactly the amount of money you allocated to them to the penny. It's not going to happen. If it does, great, then we don't even need flexibility. But let's just take veterans housing, for example. If they don't spend $50 million exactly to the penny, we're locked in the current obligation that that's how it has to be spent. If they spend $49 million and we have $1 million left, either we spend it on that contract or we lose it. And I think what we're trying to accomplish here is the ability to say, okay, they didn't spend that $1 million, move it somewhere where we can spend it, giving more flexibility to the divisions and the Navajo Nation to take money that we may not spend in 2 years. We don't know what's going to happen in 2 years, but I can almost guarantee you we're not going to spend the money to the penny on how it's currently allocated. I'll guarantee you we're not. So if we don't, instead of reverting that money, this is a way to say, okay, we can take any unspent funds per Treasury guidelines, always follow the Treasury guidelines, and move it to somewhere where we can spend it. And if we have a scope of work, what we can't do after December 31st, 2024 by Treasury is we can't materially or substantially change any scope of work or contract. But it specifically says in the guidance, if you have a budget under or you don't spend all the money that you obligated for that one purpose, If you have a scope of work, you can move it to another scope of work after 2024. So from the controller's standpoint, because I know there's a lot of questions going around about all the authority that the controller might be getting, this is simply saying, we're not taking anything away from anyone, no money, no nothing. We're just saying there's a way to move this money around. Let the controller determine that with the advisement of DOJ in the future, so if it does happen, we have the flexibility to do it. Because if we stay in the current contracts, that's how we have to spend it, absent another contract that allows us, or scope of work that allows us to do something. And it goes to the third question about auditing. We have had findings in the audit. And that's another reason why I think we need to do this. I'm going to read you the findings from the 2023 audit. Number one, and this resulted in a qualified opinion on Arpa, meaning it wasn't a clean opinion on Arpa. Finding one was about subrecipient monitoring, specifically to Arpa. We're not materially monitoring these current subcontracts. We're not. And the audit said that. And this is a way to help alleviate that. Number two, allowable costs. There was a finding on allowable costs. And I don't remember the specifics to the finding, but we didn't do that right either. And this was as of our last audit. So, Shinata, I think what, at least from the controller's standpoint, what we're trying to do is, instead of this horizontal way of governing things where we have to bounce between all of these different acronyms, OOC, OMB, DOJ, BFC, NABI, all of this stuff, you consolidate vertically and you say, okay, the Office of the Controller now, or somebody, it doesn't have to be me or the controller, say, as long as we have the ability to confirm that whatever we want to do with the money is compliant with the Treasury guidelines, we don't have to keep moving between all of this horizontal alphabet soup of bureaucracy to spend the money before 2024. Because what I'd hate to happen, Shinada, is to be sitting on this very room 2 years from today with 2 weeks left, and we got $30 million left because we're under budget on something and we don't have the ability to move it somewhere else where we can spend it and give the divisions the flexibility to do that. Because that is a very real risk under where we're at now. Because we have a bunch of these contracts and subrecipient agreements, but we're locked into those scopes of work by creating a master scope of work where these current contracts fall under as subcontracts. Now we have another way to move money if we have money left over at some point in the future. So if we have $30 million for whatever reason left over, and 3 months before we have to, we can say, all right, move it to hardship. Let's just throw it in there. There's a scope of work for it. Let it happen. Right now, we can't do that. And I think at its core, that's what we're trying to do with this, as well as obligate the 5.6 million, because currently the 5.6 million is not obligated. So if we don't do something to obligate it through some form of an interagency agreement or an outside contract, we will lose 5.6 million in 15 days. So I hope that answers everyone, and I do apologize, Dr. Ness, for not getting you that report again, but I think that helps. If I missed anything, please let me know.
Chair Parrish. If we can give some more time to Chair Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker. And to our colleagues, I guess to reiterate what the controller is saying is that the legislation does not dissolve the expenditure plans. It just creates a new process that the controller is able to make modifications when those dollars, nobody was allowed to make modifications unless it came back to council. So it's expediting the process to allow the controller to take a look at those, to be more fiscally responsible. If there are risks that he sees, he'll be reporting that to the NABIC committee. So I wanted to make that clarification. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. That concludes our responses.
Yeah, thank you. Kodo nat no ziki. Jut aba hozen yet na ho had it depend no na kwich to needs Denas alki nil chat na no. Kodo that begit that the ET ko. Oshi hajo depend na ho na kwito lich. Base hajo cho ido lich binia kodon hijet na oka le ko. Kodo down not so spade okay linin hitato sozi shinat no linigi kot ela achide ya reserve time honorable honorable yazi because that you need to know this 1 minute and 51 seconds.
Thank you again for making those clarifications. I appreciate it. I just want to say we need to be careful not to move this money around too much. Could look like we're doing laundry here. So my question would be, whose job will it be to keep the people that are listening on the call, that are really, have been talking to us about hardship? Who's going to keep them updated and informed about how much more of money? Because right now you said is 5.6 million. And if programs are not spending it, or these agencies aren't spending their money because you're saying they're possibly not going to spend all their money, at what point are we telling them, okay, this is how much is going into this hardship? That way they stay informed, they understand, possibly, if they want to lobby for something, or they need, they have some ideas of how we could use this hardship. That's what I want to know. Who's going to be responsible for that? Which committee? The other one you mentioned is that there are some qualified opinions. Can we get a copy of these audit reports? I want to know where we are having these mistakes and how we need to help educate on these to the recipients that are receiving ARPA money, because again, fiscal responsibility is very important. We all took an oath on that to be mindful and take care of this money. This is still taxpayer money, and with the new administration coming in, I'm worried that they might have other ideas of how they could get this money back, claw it back. That's kind of my understanding, and those are my questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. With that, moving on to the next reserve time, Honorable Dr. Andines, 1 minute and 26 seconds.
Thank you. I'll reserve my time.
1 minute and 25 seconds. With that, going back to the presenters for response.
All right, thank you, Pro Tem Speaker, and thank you, Vice Chair Yazzie, for that great input. And I think that was a point of a lengthy discussion where we talked about. So in the legislation, it does cite when the controller has to come back to the Navajo Ethics Committee. So it is done quarterly. So when we were, for example, when we were doing the work sessions last year and this past couple of months, it was very hard for us to really track down where the dollars were going. So the purpose of moving the FRF office underneath the controller, at least it gives us the exact numbers of where these dollars are going, and it helps the council also. I think an assistant with the speaker's office, we would at one point in time we would always be challenged with trying to double check numbers, or going to this department, going to the controller, and it got too confusing, especially. So I think within this new process of monitoring and being transparent with our people, it gives that opportunity to do so. If it has to be some type of tracking system that we have to work on with the controller, or if there's some type of quarterly or monthly newsletter that goes out, radio announcements, that we have to continuously make sure that that monitoring mechanism is being put back out to our people, especially with the hardship amount. So let's say if we if there's a point in time in the next 6 months, there's a deposit that, that puts in at least another 5 million for hardship, then that would it would increase it to 10.6 million. So those are some important things that I've been thinking about, as long as with controller, but we just need to make sure that we set a new foundation midway through with these funds. So that was more of my vision of seeing how this could fold out, but I do agree with you that there just needs to be some type of a transparency, accountability, or tracking that needs to take place, so where our people can easily assess it or follow the money, as so to speak. So thank you, Vice Chair, for that question, and I'll have the controller also go over the monitoring portion of the ARPA dollars if this legislation is enacted.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and members of the council, and Delegate Yazzie for the question. So the plan that I've discussed with the Budget and Finance Committee and the Speaker is one where the Controller's office would have the ability to work with the FRF office and to enhance the sub-recipient monitoring piece, because there's a significant amount of money that we have at the Navajo Nation under ARPA that are currently tied into sub-recipient agreements. And I use that term interchangeably with interagency agreements and even MOAs, because there are several of them out there. There's a couple to NTUA, there's one to NECA, there's one currently with the FRF office for government admin. One of the other things I think we're trying to accomplish with this is, a lot of you delegates may have heard from division directors that we need more government admin money, which is true. I mean, if we're going to properly sub-recipient monitor this money, we're going to need either more people or consultants or something, as well as project management. I've heard very loud and clear from the Budget and Finance Committee about project management with these funds going forward. And this legislation, I think, allows the ability to address that with the ability, or with the Controller's office, and again, in conjunction with FRF, to determine those needs and make sure we are alleviating the audit finding. And I did send the 2023 audit to Ms. Johnson and Mr. Rico, and they'll forward it to the council. And I'd be happy to go through the audit with you all at some point. And that's the latest audit we have as of 2023. So again, I think what we're really trying to do is and the question might be raised, well, does the controller have enough resources as well? And I think what we would do is formulate a plan to make sure those resources are with the controller's office to carry out a proper subrecipient monitoring plan, as well as offer and provide the administrative costs that the divisions do need, because they do need money to continue to operate their projects. And we built in a clause in the interagency agreement for each one of the projects mentioned that each division has the ability to charge those admin or project related costs to the amount of money that they were allocated, because Treasury allows that as well. When it comes to personnel, fringe benefits, to keep people employed that are currently working on ARPA related projects, but might have fallen at some point under the Office of Fiscal Recovery. And now we can move that money to the current allocations for the projects themselves. So, in meeting with the leadership here at the table and the rest of the Budget and Finance Committee, we did take into consideration the needs of the executive branch to get proper resources and funding for the administrative portion of this grant going forward. I know I've had several meetings with members of the executive team and their needs for money, funding to continue the administrative funds for ARPA. And we really should never spend our general fund money to administer federal programs. So if this again kind of gives us a way to move that money around, because administrative cost is an allowable cost by Treasury, as long as it fits one of 6 different activities, or it's obligated under a project, which I think we've done in the scope of work, but obviously we'll work with DOJ and others to make sure that that's legally sufficient with enough detail. You know, the portion of subrecipient monitoring has been discussed. I think we have a decent plan, and certainly one that we can make sure there's the proper resources we can implement so that we don't have, you know, these findings in 2024, even 2025 or 2026, because we're going to be spending this money into the first quarter of 2027. So we have about 3 more years of ARPA audits to make sure we're in compliant with. And I guess I'll leave it there, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. That concludes our responses. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Other presenters, Nahlinigi. Nana Achide Ya Kodona Sonando. So with that, we have a new player in the lineup. Shanale, Honorable Tlaw.
Thank you, Shanella. I thought you were avoiding me up there. Just kidding. Thank you, Shadeja Speaker, Otto, Shadeja, Madam Chair, and then Mr. McCabe. And I just want to say that I want to extend my gratitude to the 25th Navajo Nation Council, Budget and Finance, and then also to Mr. McCabe. And it's, you know, as was mentioned here, I think the initiative from council is to try to save the 5.6 million, and this legislation certainly addresses it. I am in support of moving the FRF office over to the Office of the Controller, because now I think there will be more accountability, especially when it was mentioned that right now that some of these subrecipient agreements are not currently being monitored efficiently. So that's one thing that I am very pleased about. And then also we heard from DOJ here today, and one of the comments that was stated was that there's the hope that this will not eliminate expenditure plans. But to my understanding, this interagency agreement, which was outlined by our U.S. Treasury during the final ruling, it really does state that in the directives that number 1, I was hoping under directives, the first one, all Navajo Nation FRF recipients are hereby directed to immediately assess whether any modifications to their approved expenditure plans or subrecipient agreements are needed to ensure that all FRF are expended by December 31st, 2026. So in that sense, it may not eliminate, but it certainly will modify. And maybe to the extent where the modification may require that one project be eliminated. So we can't say that we're not going to eliminate when the whole purpose of modification is to really do a thorough assessment. And I'm in support of that, mainly because with Chinle Chid, we have $2 million and only 13 individuals were identified, leaving behind $96,000. So of course that's not sufficient to buy a new modular home. So I think the 96, if this legislation goes through, can be used to identify maybe heating for homes, like buying stoves, wood stoves, but I really think that this gives us the capability to maneuver. And then also the U.S. Department of Treasury, what they look at is what within our own internal findings, I think that we know where some of these challenges are. So I just want to make sure that number 1, these SRAs that we're talking about, when we're going to adopt this, that there will no longer be a need for delegates to come before council to present delegate region plans again. That's part of the interagency modification process, is that we will only have to work with those that are outlined in here, which is a controller, of course, Department of Justice, and then our Legislative Council. In addition to that, I think that chapters, this is not to say that chapters will no longer have a say, but chapters still have the capability through resolutions, and that's where constituents are able to participate and be proactive in their government to state which projects they want to modify. And I think that's very important for our listeners online to understand, to know that they're not eliminated, but they're also a part of the process when we're talking about the modification. So if I could get that clarification to ensure that we no longer have to bring a delegate regional plan before the council. I know it was addressed in a previous legislation, but just to get that clarified. And then also, I think that, with this being proposed here today, it does show the U.S. Treasury that Navajo Nation is still trying to obligate all of the funding. And so I'm just going to say great work to Budget and Finance, as well as my colleagues here today for the great discussion. So that's the only question I had, and I will waive the rest of my time.
Thank you for that, Honorable Claw. I don't see anybody in the lineup unless it froze again. I think Honorable Claw has been very powerful to freezing our laptops up here. So, so with that, I don't see anybody in the lineup. Reserve time, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, 1 minute and 25 seconds.
So this legislation provides additional responsibilities to the controller. My recommendation is just to strongly, exert that authority to work and expedite some of the things that we're working on. Under CMY 2824, the controller was given the authority to be able to establish the trusts. I have not seen that comes before Budget and Finance, but it also comes before Council. I'm not sure what the current status is of that. If there's something that I've missed or overlooked, please feel free to share that with me. Because we have several different external entities who are waiting. I don't know how many of you have noticed the FRF office right near INDOT was progressing quite along, but it stalled, and my understanding is because of that transition is that there's that delay. I also have a little over 60,000. Granted, we wanted to provide Elevate Navajo with a new van. That SRA now became an MOA, but we're still waiting from Department of Justice, to my understanding, on that. So again, that would be one of my strong recommendations, to exert that if there's so much that we're providing and giving to the Office of the Controller. Thank you. I'll waive the rest of my 2 seconds. Thank you.
Go ahead. No more time, Honorable Dr. Nez. So with that, I don't see anybody in the lineup, no reserved time. So with that, I'll give some time back over to presenters to respond to Honorable Claw and Honorable Dr. Nez.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. So thank you, Kudo Shada Delegate Claw, for being in support, and again, thanking to my colleagues for, being able to address this on this day before, 15 days before. So in regards to your question on the SRAs for the certified chapters, so within the agreement, it cites the 14 certified chapters whose dollars are still within FRF side. And currently, right now, I think from the work session, it was reported that 3 of those 14 chapters, I think it was Vice Chair Yazzie, one of your chapters, Delegate Claw, one of your chapter, and then Delegate Chair Parrish is her chapter. There was some of the chapters within those regions had cost savings. So initially, a project had a remaining balance, and they're already locked in with their SRA. So you're asking if there's that flexibility, so the scope of work would do that. So it'll provide you to, modify your scope of work, or modify that plan to do something that's needed. But if OLC can help also answer that question, I guess in terms of processes or just legally how that would happen.
All right, so with that, Chief Legal Counsel?
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker, and also Speaker Curley and Delegate Claw for that question. So my understanding of the question is about the process that the certified chapter and or the delegates with the regional projects and plans, what type of process they would have to go through in order to get modifications. So the legislation and the interagency agreement included the certified LGA chapters as well as other entities that have SRAs for the purpose of making the process more streamlined and to get the approval needed rather than having to going back to the standing committee and or to council to get the modification approved. This, by including them, the idea is that they would also just have to go through the administrative approval and not having to go through that long process before. So I hope that answers your question.
Altskoya. Kailanan. Do what anenda do it's called reserve times do it's called be hanadi kaisaleko. Achi base case example. Motion made by Honorable Brenda Jesus and second by Honorable Don George Toth. What abel case de do la anadishkit do nenda da do la bisnadol chi da so make sure this is not frozen up here again. So do what echo. So you don't have anybody on your screen. So going once, going twice, going 3 times, 2 minutes. On the board. Oh, adolih hajashi. Bitlanadol chi chashin. Christmas candy la honi class. Nendaha you la green igibitra. Green heart candies. Thank you, Honorable Don Chair Brenda Jesus, for your wonderful gift here to us. Yeah. 1 minute, 30 seconds. See. Adem banada dils ida courts no naranja and na the dots the she. Na key ziki da agenda ba. Na key z oh legislation 0247-24 legislation 0263-24. 8 on here don't know ishja. Do I hear that no consent agenda do no on here that do neko. So even na akon no slot on here do not akon hits on that do. G logo it's on that do ye logo hajon. Ni na ne shotli akon de. But Ella, you have 40 seconds. 40 seconds, 40 seconds. Honorable Otto So excuse. Honorable Nathan Notado excuse. Honorable Carl Slater. Atiyan Sekis Chi. Chinle. Wheatfields go to Nakosto around Rock Sheet and the Yan Sekis. Okay, put Ella. So with that, we have 10 seconds left. And for legislation 0264-24, with that, 2 minutes is up. So with that, we have 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and Pro Temp Chair not voting. So with that, motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you. For the Hasiliate speaker at on the candy, it's on Ishanda National Candy, Estes in it, so then Ishakode. All right, moving on to next legislation. New business. Item C, legislation number 0247-24. We have Shanala here, Honorable Pla, Nana Shamasando, Yeke Nia as co-sponsor, Honorable Crowdy, Asian Kodo Yeke Sezanko, Asian Kodo Bayanan, Nine Katoli. Go ahead and read into the record.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Legislation 0247-24, an action relating to the Resources and Development, the Navajo Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council, rescinding CM-9-50 and repealing 14 NNC Section 1200, which established a control zone of 750 feet on either side of the roadway. Prime sponsor is Honorable Oshana Ann Claw, co-sponsor Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati. This legislation has committee reports attached from the Resource and Development Committee dated December 9, 2024, recommend a do not pass with no amendment. Navajo Committee report dated December 12 was passed and referred to Navajo Nation Council with one amendment, Amendment 1. On page 2, line 29, add Exhibit B as follows. The Navajo Nation Department has delegated the authority to grant approval for rights-of-way RDC S-21-22, new and language underline attached as Exhibit B. 2, on page 3, line 2, add Exhibit C as follows. After RDC JN-17-20, new language underline attached as Exhibit C. 3, on page 3, lines 2 and 3, add Exhibit D and Exhibit E as follows. After RDC 289-92, underline attached as Exhibit D and underline. After RDC O-74-16, new language underline attached as Exhibit E. 4, on page 3 at line 3, add language in Exhibit F as follows. New language underline semicolon to grant approval of land withdrawals RDC JN-33-15 attached as Exhibit F. The General Land Development Department of Land Withdrawal Department, the land withdrawal designation process attached as Exhibit G, and land withdrawal designation checklist for community and industrial development attached as Exhibit H on its website and underline. 5, add Exhibits B through H to the legislation. 6, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent of the language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, when notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. This legislation is final authority with Navajo Nation Council. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Chair Pro Tem. Speaker Pro Tem.
Akihad, Corden Hitchin Nayel Katsali, Ko Hela Beke Nahash. Hela Betosna, Kodo, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Ado Yeke, Niyahi Gid Ya, the Honorable Brenda Jesus. Oda Yeke, Na Ajdo Letla. Nada kid, just lost on here. Holanda, those busy is so hard. Okay, Honorable Diane Simpson, busy hard kid. So with that, bad case, motion made by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, second by Honorable Brenda Jesus. So with that, you have 20 minutes, Shanella, Honorable Claw, to present your legislation.
Thank you, Shanella. And then I just want to say happy holidays to all of our listeners online and to my colleagues for your dedication being here today. So this legislation that is before you, 0247-24, is regarding rescinding Council Resolution CM-9-50 and also repealing 14 NNC subsection 1200, which established a control zone of 750 feet on either side of a roadway. So as mentioned, there are attachments that are included as exhibits, and we did have a really good, thorough discussion at NABI on Thursday, December 12. And so some of the critical areas that pertain to this legislation are in the CM-9-50, which is also attached. I just want to go ahead and we can look at this right here. And this resolution, back in 1950, was the establishment of roads. So that's where it says whereas. And then also in the whereas, it says the Navajo Nation controls all businesses 750 feet on both right-of-way of constructed and maintained roads. And then the therefore be it resolved that it says that they will be receiving applications, granting permits or leases, establish rental rates. And so with that, the authority was given to the advisory committee on behalf of the Navajo Nation Council. And then also in here, we also see that the approval will be by the General Superintendent of the Navajo Agency. And then also in that, you can see it says this authority shall not be construed. So when we interpret shall not be construed, it means that you are not able to deprive to regulate the control of engineering structures required in the construction of roads, water development, soil and moisture conservation structures, or any land improvements to be made by the government for the benefit of the Navajo tribe of Indians, nor shall this authority be construed to restrict the use of lands within such zones for grazing and farming by individuals, Navajo Indians, who may have recognized use lands of tribal lands within such zones. So basically, what does that mean? Of course, CM-9-50 is at this point conflicting with several of our Navajo Nation policies and regulations, which have been adopted by code by the Resources and Development Committee. And so the other point that I would like to point out is that the vocabulary here is really outdated. So the advisory committee is now the Resources and Development Committee. The superintendent is now our partner, which is the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And so the need to rescind CM-9-50, it's imperative to allow for our future development and for the allowance of existing developments to get into compliance. I believe there was a letter which entails some notes that was submitted by Mr. Halona that went out via email to all of the council delegates. So if you look at what Mr. Halona provided to all of the council, this was from April 9th, 2018. And during this time, it says 750-foot buffer task force report. In that report, you will see that there were 24 corridors at major locations on the Navajo Nation roads identified for analysis. So in there, we have Dilcon chapter, Tonalea chapter, Inscription House, Oljeto chapter, Sweetwater chapter, East Nuspas chapter. Twice it was mentioned. One was intersection at US 160, US 64, the other US 160, 597. Shiprock chapter, Sheep Springs chapter, St. Michael's and Fort Defiance chapters, White Lake chapter, Loop chapter, Many Farms chapter, Cameron chapter, Bodaway Gap chapter, Chinley chapter, Crown Point chapter, Loop chapter, Greasewood Springs, Burnside, Antelope Point, and Bodaway Gap. So as you know, our Navajo Nation is expanding, so there will be more corridors that will encompass the Navajo Nation. And so with that, the other issues that I would like to point out is that right now, the control zones of 750 feet on both sides of the right-of-way of any constructed, maintained, or new proposed roads are established. So how are they established? Well, in your packet, you have the TAA. So if you look at that, there is the regulations that are provided by General Land Development Department. And so in this, the TAA checklist consists of a cover letter, scope of work, which is to provide the name of the project and define the intent of the proposal, assign who will be responsible for construction, operation, maintenance, upgrades to infrastructure and or utilities. If applicable, include funding sources, what waivers are requested for the project, valuation, bonds, insurance, etc. Then there's a need for a legal land survey, and the legal land survey with legal description stamped by a registered land surveyor. There's also a need for a shapefile KML, KMZ, or layer file that depicts the utility line or corridor on tribal trust and fee lands. The digital map layer should separate all corridor accompaniments. A chapter resolution in support, not approval of the proposed undertaking from all respective chapters that the project will be construed in. Also needs to be included is grazing permittee consents. An official field clearance checklist listing all grazing permit holders is required. All sections of the checklist must be filled out to be deemed sufficient. The use of the consent form to gather consent from valid grazing permit holders, and the form must be signed by the respective grazing official. If there are no valid grazing permittees, a signed consent form from the grazing official is still required. And then also Navajo Nation environmental compliance forms, which consists of biological resource compliance form, a BRCF, and from the Navajo Nation Department of Fish and Wildlife. And then also a cultural resource compliance form, a CRCF, archaeological inventory report, AIR, from the Navajo Nation Historic Heritage and Historic Preservation Department. All acreages and locations surveyed must correspond with the scope of work as noted on the BRCF and CRCF. So with that, this is already in existence, so that does take care of the 750 on both sides. In addition to that, the formation of the citation that was done in 1950, even at the time, was really broad in curtailing the variables in terms of what was meant to be represented. And so the citation did not break down if the provision was supposed to be aimed at federal right-of-ways, tribal or county, or all roads moving forward. So therefore, it's general. And so with the TAA, we do have that to where we are establishing right-of-ways. And so also, there was no agency regionalization of where this was supposed to be emphasized or relaxed, nor was there a correlation stipulation in regards to the population density. So again, as I mentioned during NABI, there was no definition provided for what constitutes a corridor. But as we said, we did state about our dense population chapters that are growing. And so in that way, the 750 has been addressed. And then also, as I mentioned, when I read the 1950 resolution, it does state in there in regards to our grazing permit holders. So the rescinding of this provision does not inhibit, it does not hinder grazing permit holders and or agricultural permit holders. It more or less gives them more understanding and representation of any controlled zone verbatage. And then also, there was also a court case, Tucson Electric and Gas versus the Denison court case, which was settled in the early 1970s, which established the need for grazing permittee consent before development. And so that needs to be there before any development occurs on tribal lands. In addition to this, even with the code describing the areas as controlled as set forth in this 1950 resolution, they still lack other necessary development requirements, like, of course, the grazing consent, environmental clearances, chapter resolution, surveys, etc. Being that this is the case, development is sometimes misconstrued for control zones or automatically green-lit. And so with our chapters, during the NABI, I did explain the difference between certified chapters and non-certified chapters. And so under Title 26, we do have LGA certified chapters, and they do have an area which is also indicated to where they have the authority based on their chapter. So that would include their land use, and that is in Title 26, subsection 2004, zoning, community land-based use plan, land use variations. So in there, under A, they have zoning, Under B, they have community-based land use plans, which includes, number 1, an open space plan, which preserves for the people certain areas to be retained in their natural state or developed for a recreational purpose. Number 2, a thoroughfare plan, which provides information about the existing and proposed road network in relation to the land use of the surrounding area. Number 3, a community facilities plan, which shows the location, type, capacity, and area served of present and projected or required community facilities, including but not limited to recreation areas, schools, libraries, and other public buildings. And it will also show related public utilities and services and indicate how these services are associated with future land use. And so that's just a part of that, but again, that area of subsection 2004 is provided to you, so you're more than welcome to read more into that. And then also, if chapters and or CLEPCs would like to formally put lands aside, they can withdraw the land utilizing the land withdrawal designation regulations of 2015. This would allow for the chapter in question to formalize the specific use of the land and then sequentially reconvey portions of the withdrawn land through a chapter resolution. And so one of the examples I want to use is Dilcon chapter, set aside approximately 300 acres and slowly reconveys portions of it whenever a developer needs land. So land withdrawals they include the 6 steps. They can be done without the need of the 164 review and have been known to be completed fairly quickly. In addition to that, the control areas in question would also serve as a terrific development corridor to run multiple utilities in parallel to most developed roads across Navajo Nation through the TAAs. So meaning that there's just not one utility that can use that corridor, but there's room for more, and that aids into the development. So this was done fairly recently in Chanela's area with Sage Memorial Hospital. So through that, NTUA and their TAA covered all utilities within that roadway. This initiative is following the RDC's approach to rescinding or clarifying outdated provisions of the code. And just as Shana, Honorable Delegate Rick Nez, he updated the provisions and omitted erroneous aspects that pertain to our mission sites, like the citation regarding the council delegate acknowledgement being needed for the mission site permit approvals. So this is part of our updated process for our codes. And so with that, I also wanted to just add that all in all, the portion of the code that would need to be rescinded would help lift the red tape that we see that overshadows areas along the roadways across Navajo. It would allow for chapters and their respected CLEPCs and grazing communities to have a more central stance in the administration of development areas across their service areas. So with that, I hope that I've explained it. I do have my agent here, and I'll just have her introduce herself, and then we'll go ahead and open it up for questions. So at this time, I'd like to introduce to you Ms. Etty Anderson Abasta.
Thank you, Delegate Claw. Thank you, honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Shay Etty Anderson Abasta and Shay Tana Bitney and Shay Hashkashti Bushishchin. I am the department manager for the General Land Development Department, and we've been working closely with Delegate Claw for the past 2 years now, so we appreciate her assistance and help going forward with these amendments to the code, and thank you.
With that, Speaker, we will go ahead and turn the floor back over to you, and we stand for questions.
All right, thank you, Delegate Claw and Kudo. Chair James, thank you for taking the lead as pro temp speaker for about almost 3 hours, even though you ate all my candy. So thank you, Kudo, Shiaj, Chair James, for helping. And just for recognition purposes, on the south side, former delegate Eugene So, shan't easy. Oh. And first in queue for questions, we have Delegate Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Council, staff, guests that are listening. Thank you, little sister, Stasia, Delegate Claw, thank you. Rescinding this rescinding the resolution CM-9-50, as you stated, I think certain parts of this resolution can be amended. But when you look at the control zone of 750, there was a purpose. The purpose is to provide, try to get economic development. And along these roadways, we have infrastructures like water line, power line, and we need economic development along these feasible sites. And our past leaders, being very intelligent, already seen this like 50 years down the road that there will be a lot of roads that will be constructed, and some will be along the roadways be feasible sites for economic development, to provide jobs for our Navajo people, taxes for our communities, and that was the purpose. And when you look at the history, and a lot of our land board members or grazing officials have gave consent along with the grazing permittees to allow home site leases within these control zones. And some have lost a lot of good feasible sites for economic development. I'm talking about some of these very, like Shiprock, like Tuba City, like Chinle. You see some feasible sites for economic development, but along those roadways, you see houses now. Just imagine if those things were kept open for economic development. You're talking about Shiprock, talking about Tuba City. These guys were getting a tremendous amount of economic development for their communities and taxes. So again, the advisory council having the authority to approve certain things on these through CM-9-50, the advisory council, that needs to be eliminated in the resolution. I understand that part, and I totally support local governments. And if we are really going to say we support local governments, let's leave it up to the chapters. Now, they can actually do through the Local Governments Act if they're certified, LJ certified, because they're allowed, I think under Section 1003, they're allowed to do zoning. So they can benefit from rescinding this whole resolution, because they're allowed now to do zoning in their communities, even along the roadway. But now you look at non-LG certified, not every chapter wants to be LG certified, because they don't have the economic base to collect taxes, and we got other chapters that have strong economic base to collect taxes and all that when they implement more economic development. But now, as we always state, let's get back to the chapters. Now, I have some chapters that want this 750 feet control zone stay in place, and some support it. But again, LGA certified chapter will definitely can really work with this, rescinding this, because again, LGA certified chapter have the Section 103 in LGA to do zoning. So, Shideja, I would request, Delegate Claw, let's work on this let's make it where it'll be up to the chapters. And again, I'm talking about non-LG certified chapters to see if they want to allow them to decide if they want to have the 650 control zone in place, or just leave it up to the chapters. Not just do away with everything, then everything applies to all the 110 chapters. So I'm asking Shideja if we can work on this to where it will be up to the chapters if they want to keep this in place of the 750 control zone or not. Let's leave it up to the chapters, and let's work on it and bring it back to the council. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Speaker and members of the 25th Council.
So thank you, Delegate Simpson. And going next, we do have Honorable Herman Daniels.
Yeah, kudo Madam Speaker, yeah, kudo. Arunana kudo snat ano senigi. I seen schaba hel na kudo arunana this morning she tab. So what is the lo I see ba hel na kudo. Aro kudo shite kudo da. Yeah, kudo da legislation kudo gitato nil soz do kudo da kaba. Bana idil kido ba yelti. Do ban yelti lo kudo. Nagaidam, the Nagaidam resolution, Nagaidam 1950s, and be laws linking chairman, Ita Samakia, Adonana vice chairman, Zilly So, Bishop Kaho, Didat Egi, Ayodans, Shadidat Egi, I called the way Dahoyan de Lansons, Tui, Ida, Le Nasco, Tadez, Ioshi, Aruleke, at a hola. The Cortes of the Bohanets, and eat and Habke, Holy Anson, Hodida. Great 750 feet corridor. A cornegate, Shilkas Anjo, Adid, and a great Western Agency, Kishbehas and Kodoshnat, Arnoshenigi, as a tourist area, Aja, Highway 163. Starting from Mexican Hat, Utah, out on Lake Kayenta, out of Highway 160, Nana to Shanto, out of 98, Shanto to Lichi, out of Lichi on Lake Cameron, Guna, 89. Because of that, we did not learn Rich and Agagi, Triosh at him. A coconut radar. Dita could all map data. I was expecting to see the map of the 750 feet corridor. In Old Jato, there's a Monument Valley right there at the intersection. A Quetahazo, Bekehol, Yaronan, and the Reda, Sabikin, Ajeto. A Koti Kodona Reda, the Hagilap, but the Honets. So what are the Shiana, Bakias Tiki that Edida? A Colladin at Arnidan, Lane there. A Kodona Reda. At Kodona Reda, Shanantan, Lenigi, Ray, or Jet Horde, they're using the 750 feet corridor to build their new chapter house. A Quaki, I see them, Baban Saske, so yeah, the Schnatrida, Adonana economic development. Ashto Hashin, so a Yan's a case. Adoshat Hodo Tsabi Kendo out in a 750 feet corridor. Kon later became the Hawalian, get it to a Nash Edo, a Ilabaka, how to Nisho Ilabaka. It's not a based on ID at all. I don't know community development, economic development, but that they take. So it we papa this sense on Hodo, a coco Hodo, and a rate. I Hodo a Baban's case of what did in the radar chapters. I see them. Nahabach Honalia, the big and so you did that's or the as a bohonet, Zankodon Radam chapters as John Habach Nahoton did the Hababesh Nahoton or did the Radam in a Western agency, maybe all the 5 agencies or the Betrail Deo that's it. Bohonet, Zansoy, Boba, Banzas case or Sata did the Madam Speaker, one so bad to see them. Reserve time.
Reserve time of 1:06. Shache Delegate Tull.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Do Corona Tani Tlanigi Bishwasan. Do Kon Hinasol Tanigin, his staff in Lanigi. Do Adish Deja legislation in Sozi. See, Ayotachi Nalan. Artishnanike edi. Alebas an ilia to kidnappers now ileta. Ishidil ashe. So I would recommend to go back to each chapter, agency, have a public hearing within 60 days or 90 days, and then bring this legislation back to the council. The other part I kind of object to this is chapter certified chapter, and also on Eastern we have trust land, we have a fee land, also we have allotted land. So how can the BIA agree to this? Land status trust fund Eastern Navajo, we have fee land like Baca, New Mexico, and certain areas like that. Our majority within Eastern, even though Kehanaha's named Adakuye to Eda. So those are some of the concern I have, Dejiko. I know it took you over 2 years, Neko. So if we can inform or have a public hearing, what are it's in Hayat Etolit within probably 90 days to Lisako. Koroe Yahai Shikoro a table within 90 days and have a work session throughout the 5 agencies so people can understand what your intention is. A lot of elderlies able to cases. So I motion to table that, Speaker. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Toth, there is a motion on the floor to table the legislation. And Delegate Toth, if you could give the reason and then also a time frame.
When when people needs to be oriented, time frame in 90 days have a public hearing through the 5 agency and bring this legislation back. Thank you, Chair. Speaker.
Question Honorable Toth is written on the board as amendment. Motion to table for 90 days to conduct agency public hearings. Is there a second? We have a second by Honorable Daniels. And according to our rules, the sponsor shall have 3 minutes to express his or her reasons not to table the legislation. Honorable Delegate Plah, do you accept the 3 minutes?
Thank you, Speaker. So colleagues, I have given sufficient citation, and to table this legislation again would be to contradict some of our Navajo Nation laws that have been mentioned. Attached, you do have RDC JN-17-20, which gives the RDC, the Standing Committee, the oversight, and they grant final approval for all rights of ways. In addition to that, when sponsors come before RDC, there's no mention of public hearings or discussions. The Navajo Nation Council does have the authority to make amendments of the law, And as stated, as chapters, they still have the capability to withdraw areas. And so Shana Herman Daniels, if you already have an area that you are currently working on, this does not rescind that process. It keeps moving forward. And then to Shana Honorable Simpson, thank you for the comment that you made. And then also, again, there is a consistent land withdrawal process. And so I'll go ahead and give some time over to my agent so that she can also make some comments.
Thank you, Delegate Claw. Thank you.
Delegate Claw, it states in our rules that is for the sponsor.
Thank you.
And it shall not be furtherly debated.
Thank you, Speaker. So right now, again, all chapters have the capability to do land withdrawal. They would do their TAA, and so regardless if they are certified or non-certified, there is a process that is outlined. And so again, this CM-9-50 is really outdated. It's also inconsistent with some of the laws. In addition to that, what we're talking about is chapters do not have the authority to do consent on trust lands. They still have to go through the withdrawal process. They can't act alone. And so with that, those are some of the comments that I have. And then also, there is training that can be provided to our chapters as well as our council delegates. And then anyone in the public who has a question on the land withdrawal process, they're always open. Our Navajo Nation departments, the Division of Natural Resources, they're able to provide the assistance. I know that each of us as delegates, we have been in the office of GLAD, and you all know that the technical assistance is always provided to you. So again, I would ask you to vote red on the tabling motion here so that we can move forward to provide amendments to our Navajo Nation law. And as delegates, we do have the authority to make amendments and provisions necessary to, again, alleviate some of these inconsistencies. And
Time. Thank you, Delegate Plow. And colleagues, motion to table is not debatable, so we will go to 2 minutes on the board for the tabling motion. And for reference, it is a majority vote. Colleagues, we have less than 1 minute on the board for the tabling motion. Twenty seconds. Delegate Begay, how do you vote? Delegate Norman Begay votes green. Colleagues, we have a vote of 14 in favor with 6 opposed With speaker not voting, the tabling motion carries. So thank you, Delegate Tlaw. Hey, colleagues, going next to new business D, legislation 0263-24, primary sponsor Chair Jesus. Staff, if you could help us read this legislation to the record.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members of the Nomination Council. Legislation before you, tracking number 0263-24, an action relating to an emergency, temporarily suspending 11 NNC Section 161A, 2 and 26 NNC Section 1003A to allow the chapter membership to appoint a temporary pro tempore chapter president and or a pro tempore chapter secretary treasurer to serve until new chapter officials are sworn in following a special election. And this, per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record, recorded by electronic voice recording. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff and colleagues. Before we go into the board, is there a motion? Motion by Delegate Tolt, second by Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. And colleagues, will we be having discussion? Yes, we will. And 20 minutes on the board for a presentation. Chair Jesus.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker and colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Kodo diden saad na tos be na dit aho. Kodo nketato nil tozigi e ya na kedo hastado trato na dindi kwagi yehahigi biye. Di kodo nkini kedigi e ya hashin sogon lini e hilbe hazen. The qui the mo ya da e kodo e ya legislation la inhidato nansos e endle February of 2024 ita election amendments ilya under Title Code 11. Ako e ya e sad linigi an not a hata dot zopin yahigi e ya asad ne zantin doba an nast at din doba anake. E ya nkik e hidna akut hat naznle hat nazn hata so kut an yenda is nle to the bebenant keapenant kut ada be da do chigo ako e disqualify italia nle donation to ko e peso be bakata is woto hat e ben ka is ko kwagi did that official ben yale what but that no expense report now other like ya hande is jata ako yan e ya o you e but anje that so ato de e akodo en hitato nanas sos ben yahigi e ya nadin or say bintashin chapters e ya dide alage tratnas da sadani do a knet da sadanigi president do vice president bidi ninigi e do het adan yesa da is nilda or she hata so disqualified da bidilya akoho kodo e ya hashin sogo ennet bidil ago khaleit en naso khana ol de don lede ya da dilni o confirm italiago tratnas nedila and the besesk en da has ado hat no ado in da nadin hashla e ya did secretary treasurer bidi ninigi e ya ahande dosa abik etahadini ta ako kheit ala e yan lede do nahad zido planning chapter meetings nda atleo ela e kheit an linigi akonna bananishil o do gatligi jo e ya kwa khashin sogo e ne idil ako the elections administration do Navajo Nation Department of Justice eya hashin sogo ik yalthe did an le nashin kinanish idil nil no ko eti it sad linigi eya nal sos bena dit I kodon hitato nil sos ako kodo eya shigato agent Linigi Eya, Mr. Roderick Begay, a chapter unit of Navajo Nation Department of Justice to Benanish Ako e kodoshia aye ape ye hiche hado zeto kodo elections administration kwaga shigato a tranzadit ato but the shinde Miss Curly it any shi bananish halonle elections office show aja e lanje and lini not on in so at this time Madam Speaker I'd like to yield my time over to Mr. Bigay with Department of Justice.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, Auto Chair Jesus, Auto members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, Yat E, Auto She Roger Brigade, She Auto Twitkoja, Enishle, being between A Bush's chain, Kia on A Dish Che, those sitting on Janeta Chanela. Been with DOJ for several years, and with the chapter unit. And one of the issues we were anticipating was the fallout from the disqualifications. One of the options we were thinking about doing was having existing officials serve holdover terms. So they would just continue until a new person is elected into office. But that no longer became an issue or an option. So another way to handle it was to do exactly what we're doing today. When we, our laws sometimes don't really address a particular situation. And this is case in point. Under Title 26, under Section 1003A, a chapter can appoint a pro tem chairperson to run a meeting. That's when the chapter president and vice president is absent. They're not at the meeting. And so they can appoint a chairperson pro tempore to run the meeting. That's in the law. In the law, it also says that service ends at adjournment, basically. They can only serve for that meeting only. Their service doesn't go beyond that meeting. And similarly, with a pro tempore secretary treasurer who is appointed to take the meeting minutes for the chapter meeting, that also is very temporary under the law. Under Title 11 of the Election Code, it talks about permanent appointments. So when there is a vacancy declared in any one of those positions, if the vacancy occurs in the first half of a term, you have a special election. That's what's going to happen next month. We're going to have a vacancy in the first half of the term, so there's going to be a special election in early 2025. When a vacancy occurs in the second half of a term, then you do a permanent appointment. You have a chapter meeting, you use the procedures outlined by the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors to appoint nominees, and they go through the whole permanent appointment process. So that is another law that is very clear that doesn't help our current situation, because right now 8 chapters are going to be without a president and vice president. And so who can serve after a chapter meeting but before the next permanent appointed person? There's a gap right there. So that's what we're trying to address with the chairperson part. And then similarly with the secretary treasurer, once the meeting ends, who's going to continue to co-sign checks, because that's their responsibility under the law. Who's going to be that person that chapters can count on in order to perform those secretary treasurer duties. So this permanent or temporary appointment process will extend that. It will just fill in that gap temporarily until a special election happens, and then we can get someone sworn in to take the lead thereafter. So those are really the two main reasons why we're putting this before you, so that we have Navajo leadership's concurrence as to how we're going to address this hole in the law, so to speak. And then I've met with the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors, the election office, and they do have some new information in regards to the two lists of chapters. And so we're aware of that, and I believe we're going to be asking for an amendment just to adjust minorly the list. And also, we know now, that this might happen in 4 years. So we have plans to do work sessions to address this. How do we handle this in 4 years if this happens again? So we're already going through those planning stages. So, we don't have to come before council in 4 years and ask for a temporary suspension of the laws. We'll already have a law in place, hopefully, so that, we can take care of these types of situations. So, I don't have much more to say.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Begay, for clarifying the purpose of or intention of this particular legislation. So colleagues, the 8 chapters, we are going to be looking at an amendment. Per the legislation that you currently have in your possession only identifies 7, but there is 8. Tisto, Noslini, Round Rock, Fort Defiance, Wide Ruins, Botaway Gap, and Tolani Lake are added to the list. Oh, and then Cornfields chapter as well, that has been added, and that has been clarified by Elections Administration. Now it was 26 chapters, but now per Elections Administration Office, they did indicate it's only 25 chapters, which are Black Mesa, Forest Lake, Hard Rock, Noslini, Round Rock, Setchija, Basenti, Casimiro Lake, Counselor, Lake Valley, Nahodeshkij, Pueblo, Pentada, Rama, Tohajile, Torion, and Star Lake, Dilcon, Fort Defiance, Oak Springs, Tisnas Bus, East Totsakad, Botaway Gap, Coal Mine, Canyon, Natsis On, Shanto, and Tolani Lake. So these are the 25 chapters that are going to be impacted. And again, Ms. Tapahi, if you can go ahead and send that amendment over to Jalissa so she can send it out to my colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, and we'd like to request for an amendment to this legislation as well. So again, I just wanted to add that. So again, this is a domino effect from the legislation with the qualified or disqualified applicants, as they did not submit their expense report, which was per a deadline that was set by Elections Administration. So we just want to be able to rectify this issue temporary until we get some individuals into these positions that will be elected by the community through chapter. Now, when Mr. Begay did mention the holdover term, meaning that the current chapter president and vice president to be continuing their term until a permanent chapter president and vice president to be selected. But we've got to remember that some of these individuals were disqualified, so that particular option was not able to be considered. So that was just, I just wanted to clarify that. So at this time, colleagues, and Honorable Speaker, I'd like to go ahead and conclude our presentation and stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Jesus, and colleagues. We do have a motion and a second in place. So be opening it up for questions or comments or amendments, and Chair Jesus did request for an amendment to take place. Any questions or comments? First, we do have Delegate Helena Nesbegay.
Oh, yeah. Good afternoon. My colleagues are on the election office, so legislation I have some concerns about these election office. After the elections, the offices at the agencies, some of them were closed. And they just stick a note on there saying that they're closed and go drop off your whatever, your reports at another location, the Baka. So that kind of confused our people. Ako AD sha what's ahid halit hailabanina what's all these election offices should have been open either within 10 days. Is it 10 working days or just 10 days straight? So those are the concerns that were brought to my attention. They had death in the family. Algo not on each long to the niche. Sato hot on each hadith that the hot niche across lashing hot up the whole nail to the elections office got their closed. That's what my big issue is and my concern. It's been like that 2 to 3 days after they were closed. You use this against them. Maybe it should have been extended if they were going to close their office. Maybe the 10 days should have been extended until the office opens the door for the candidates to come back in to submit their reports. I want an answer back so I can report this back to my chapters. Go ahead.
Yeah, Shema, Delegate Helena Nesbigay. And next in queue, we do have Honorable Dr. Andy Ness.
Honorable Jesus. And thank you, Mr. Begay, as well, for preparing the legislation and for always being of prompt support for the things that we send to your office as well. When this may go to elections administration, and I know they're not setting up as an agent, but I do have a question on those that appealed further to the Supreme Court. If there's a figure for how many of those I don't know, and it's not in my space to ask where all that is going, but I think in terms of their position, how many have moved forward with regard to taking it to the Supreme Court. On page 3 of 4, under letter F, you identified 25 chapters. I'm not sure how those chapters were identified. I know it does say does not have any candidates for the Secretary Treasurer position on December 10th. And we didn't have a Secretary Treasurer under. So if it stays at 26 chapters, then I think it should stay at 26 chapters. And these proposed amendments is frustrating because I mentioned that the election office, in my own experience as well, over the summer I did support a legislation that was prepared through them. It's a mess. We're having to go back through different things through the election office, through the election supervisor, even the legislation that you sponsored back in October. The election supervisors supported that particular legislation, but they were at Fort Defiance Agency Council opposing the legislation. It don't make sense. There's more amendments to make more corrections. I don't know how the election administration, and I stress this to Speaker Curley as well, because yes, they are under the purview of legislative. We can identify that the commissioners or the board members are also their immediate, but they also receive funding and some oversight through the legislative. Work with them directly. Election administration, commissioners, I know maybe some of them aren't really caring too much because some of them have been replaced according to the unofficial results. But I think that's something that needs to be strengthened. Aro under letter I, it says, in other words, under line 27, in other words, pro temp appointees do not serve before a chapter meeting or after a chapter meeting. Ako nihinle tsahotso de Fort Defiance. Unfortunately, our chapter is listed as one of those that won't have any officials, and that's concerning to me as not only a delegate, but also I vote at Fort Defiance chapter. So in this particular sentence, I know during some of our chapter meetings it has come up then who has the signatory authority, then who signs off on check, who calls the meeting if there's literally nobody who's in these sitting positions. And so I just need additional clarity there, because that's something that needs to be kind of a little more elaborated for me so that I can also apprise our community. Aro, I don't know where, and this is more education on my part, but for grazing officials, because it's all 4 positions: your president, your vice president, your secretary treasurer, our grazing official. So it's all of them. So just any guidance, anything that we can help strengthen or further understand as my part here for this legislation would be great. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 49 seconds. Next in queue, we do have Delegate Shauna Antlaw.
Thank you, Speaker. So my question would be I see an agent there from the elections office. I wanted to find out if any of our voters have been purged due to them not voting in the recent December 10th elections. And the reason I ask is that within my chapter, we had a very low voter turnout. And so a lot of our members have been asking if they will be purged. And so that purge will also affect this pro tem requirement, because then our chapter voter membership will need to be updated. And then who would provide verification that those that are going to be appointed as pro tem meet the obligations of being a verified chapter voter. So that would be my question in regard to that. And then another one would be just to, as Honorable Dr. Nez stated, that pro tem means that they cannot serve after. And I think that this legislation does address that in stating that it will void that particular part of the legislation. So with that, Speaker, I'll reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 3:43. Next, we do have Vice Chair Yazzie.
Good afternoon again. I hope everybody's safe and well. Thank you for being with us this long. I have questions. My questions on this legislation, I say thank you for thinking about our chapters. And I know my chapters are some of those that their chapter officials are disqualified. And in the past 2 years, one of my chapters has really experienced some fiscal mismanagement of funds that cause, I think, those individuals in the community to really understand the scope of what federal dollars mean and how you're supposed to administer them. And they're really second guessing on, should I run for this position, because it comes with a lot of responsibility, especially in this time when we have Arpa funds. And so that's what I think. But so my question is going to be, what is the time frame for these pro tem individuals, the chapter officials? If this gets approved, I'd like something very specific and laid out on what that would look like. Because if there's chapters where the individuals don't want to run, is that a long-term position? And then when would the next special election take place? The other question I have is those individuals that are going to be the pro tem, how are you going to train them to make sure how to run meetings, you know, what is going to be allowable purchases? And I think that also went in terms of somebody else had asked about the signatures. How are you going to get them all trained so that everybody is going to be consistent? Those are my questions. I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3:15. And next to Chair Riquinez.
Thank you. Speaker Curley, honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, Bishmas, Natlanido sponsor, Chair Jesus, Ado, Mr. Rodbegay, Di Kuro, they had good intentions, good heart to be in office, run for a position, and yet they fail to return their documents. And I still hear them saying, the law wasn't very clear. Was it we're supposed to either given a choice of the primary election, the general election, as well as special elections? But some read it and they're used to it. They said that I understood the law that I needed to do this. So they returned documents, and because of it, the ramifications for not turning in their documents, they're disqualified. Now, they're good people. I know some of them, talk to them, and I'm wondering, and yet here we are with this an emergency legislation, and we're only talking about the chapter president as well as the secretary treasurer. There are most likely a few grazing officials, some that I know personally, and for whatever reason, you know, they're not going to be in there. The law does say here, 5 years, for a period of 5 years, named, that really turns into 8 years if you look at it. They still can't run in 5 years, so it turns into 8 years. And to me, I believe that the punishment is kind of too great, you know, and I wish they would have understood that every time there's an election, just turn in your documents within the next couple of days. And if you begin to make a habit of doing that, then you kind of know that this is what you do as well. But my heart just goes out to them, and is one of the subjects that had come up at a recent chapter meeting that I attended. Do you have the authority? Can you just tell us, guide us, what we can do for a grazing official? He's good at what he does. Nobody wants to do it. We have a vast number of permittees, and nobody really wants to be a grazing official other than they knew that he was good at it. And so I understand this is to amend Title 26. Perhaps there can be also a legislation requested to amend a certain title that covers farm boards as well as grazing officials, to give them an opportunity to serve until whenever the next election will be held. And one thing that happened at one of my chapters is there's a reason why we have a primary election. No, you end up with 2 candidates, and here at one of my chapters there was 5 candidates for a vice president position. How did that happen? What is the election office saying it's okay to do this? And I understand that some people that were disqualified, they applied for other positions and nothing was said. So I'm just wondering what is going on, and people As delegates, people always come to us telling us, "Di hohot dan hilno benachin hina ananat." Ashane, is this what's happening? So I don't know, but that one chapter, I did see they had 5 candidates for the vice president position at a general election, and that should have never happened. How it happened, I really don't know. So, dire how oh should ich
Thank you, Chair Ness. And then going next to Honorable Norman Begay.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll report in Gene Lagi on the chapter official election. I don't know how long we've been electing people, but this first time that this whole thing about expenditure report, nobody turned it in. Ako kurebanane tiya later chapter officials and gitniya biga habana kangile kule, and here we are trying to amend this law again without letting them know. Yeah, I know my Tuajile chapter's official vice president are not happy. There was only one that was 2 of them that were there, but one of them somehow got back in and the other one got left out again. But she claims that the official from the election office told him that she's on the ballot. So you hear all these reports from the chapters there. I'm kindly asking that, is there a way we can kind of push this? I mean, it's already over, yeah. I mean, we can deal with this pro temp in India. It's already there. If the Secretary of Treasury doesn't show up, Vice President doesn't show up, they can pick a pro temp for that meeting. And, you know, they can do that for 3 months, easy, without amending this law. Can we talk about this with the people and see how we can fix this whole problem? I mean, maybe they have some kind of idea. So the law is already there saying that we can pick a pro champion for each meeting. So I thank you, and I'll waive my time. Thank you.
Yeah, Delegate Begay. Going next to Vice Chair Simonson.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and thank you, Ms. Jesus, Delegate Jesus, as well as your agents for presenting this amendment. I just want to say that this has been very confusing for my communities. Just earlier, we tabled legislation because we felt like there needed to be some kind of public hearing on public education. So this, I think this should have definitely gone that route from the get-go. And I've tried my best to answer all the questions that our community people have. And certainly I got some, I'm still getting a lot of questions when I go to the chapters. And it's been very confusing. So last week I was at one of my chapters, and one of the elders there told me that Nhia kweden it nhia kweden hinat ani big eta dilni don hehosni ho dan hosan shisnota yego yeshit hatzi aronatne ko da heida beshones dogopes all wosotota heida but yeshinani kweta ik inho a ko awan night kon a walyat das dishe in yesla nach gon a walyat net ho nis nashidani. So I guess to them, that's what this looks like to them. And so ado that hajoban tahas kezo oyo ado hajoban tahas kezo na haldon
o atailia on so bantas case okoho those positions are really difficult, you know, to fill, you know, and I hope that people listening, you know, whether on YouTube or wherever, that, you know, our people nhitana wazo thatna zildo ahat ishinat ani itlini do choho ego ya dent do yan da yishkhal. But when it comes time to, nobody wants to run for these positions. Okoho sa'ahodini, one person actually admitted it in one of my chapters and said, Vice President Bangladesh wasn't sinna ato on chotnana isti, you know, and she's one of those real vocal ones. The wazo thatnas na liquad so you know, so we know it takes a great deal of courage, you know, to assume these positions, and it's not an easy job. So I just want us to do better. If we're asking people to make local decisions and to be local leaders, we also really need to support them. And DCD definitely needs to do better in supporting those chapters with, you know, proper training, proper support. And we're very disconnected. And so how do we do better going forward? You know, and how do we give that power back to the people? I'll reserve the rest of my time.
Reserve time of 1:12, and going back to the sponsor, Chair Jesus.
Ia kodo snat ani no llinigi na idol kedo had egin hinne bitis ahegin dide ani tatnas na bata isne la da do the babenand a ke upnand a jo kod a ein lini kod a so kodoshi e ya the quigo e na idol kid a ko sa e ani hinne bitis a legislation February of 2024 ya da be la si tli and e shilto a trashje bakha be la sli hajo da ita big enarjol kid lagi it e ado delia da hala e ya na nishbas lahigi hajo ni bananish e de la huinzen ni ehana khashine lajit linigi kut a join khida besh bas ani linigi na khide khido khashit a da offline khide no join khida ako e na tos sabina adit a he e ani ganja hayil khana da kut an lini en khida to nilsos ako itai be la is leo ek ato khwage na si thada donde. So we're finding another alternative option to rectify this issue, and of course everything is a lesson learned. And I really appreciate Elections Administration, the Board of Supervisors, along with our legal counsel, and trying to help and rectify this issue. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the time over to my agent, Ms. Curley, in regards to some of the questions that were posed by my colleagues regarding election, and then back to Mr. Begay for some of the laws that were referenced as questions. Madam Speaker.
Hiat Asian and I Hihakwa and Ahatna Anigi ko saying which a they sing Che Veronica Curley in Shia, my dashkishin slon, Todich Eatney Bashishin, Kabanga Dashichedo, to a head line, Dashanal Aro Koje, Navajo Election Administration, J interim executive directorship that no Kadana Kinaha. Ko hihat di kwa o aro di ani be his ani e kwa di de khahagi January da en khitate ni so be la so li o hihat bini na dishnigi e di de kwa campaign expense report. Could you have conduct fair elections no yati the campaign expense reporting, it does exactly that. Having a fair election, the nena kicking all chase or la base or la angle la jay base arch indigo. Quite base base or la I shun hot no nash campaign expense. Ain't na bana ini ka di the quanal toast campaign expense limitation. Hot our cat e. Dinal tostoy handa yi jata o behane e kwa. One council delegate election. We had a candidate that did not file until the morning of the inauguration. So, ben nachit ado do yahanda yi jahon le next election de enda kwana da yososle by then the report is not accurate, I would think, because whatever they spent in an election is not reported. It'll say 0. So there were reasons why we came before you as council to do this. And Bela Asosli o Ashi ni could the Bain Shield Nishdo and the Hajoba Hosen. And Ado Dide Qua Behazani Joe Qua Dide. A majority of these people that were disqualified are sitting officials. Oath of office. I will obey the laws of the Navajo Nation. We try to work with them. And these current officials, I don't know where auto o election where does it say calendar days? Where does it say business days? Okay, it's in our election code. And under the definitions, and we go by business days. Auto election office, no. I do not recall when we closed the election office during the time campaign expense reports were due. Primary election July 30th, yeah, not by that state. Although they had up to August 9th to file their campaign expense report. Thereafter, on the 16th, they disqualified Dalia. Disqualified, but they have 10 days to file a statement of grievance with the Office of Hearings and Appeals. And that's under the executive branch. We don't take in the campaign or the grievances that belongs to Office of Hearings and Appeals. So as far as I know, our offices were open from July 31st to August 9th, taking in those campaign expense reports because we knew they were due. The next item, purge. No, but not that kid. No, we did not do any purging since the general election or the December 10th election. Yes, it is in the works this year, but there has been no purge. Verification, no. Yes, you do have voter registrars at the chapter level who have access to voter registration listings for chapter use. This legislation that is before us, I thought there's going to be more confusion. This will create confusion again. Because what it is doing is declare vacancy as the Navajo Election Administration to fill the vacant position. Appointment it's going to be confusing again. So there will be confusion on this. And here, our responsibility as election administration is to fill those vacancies through special election in the first half. And that's what we're doing. And this appointment will be an added on. And again, so Ashin Ke and Kasala on this legislation, our office is planning on declaring a vacancy for special election
on January 21st. A, Bikado A, there's a 14-day filing period. A, what is ne? Although a special election, we're looking at the end of March. This appointment, yeah, in your legislation, you do have the procedures that's passed by the election board on appointments in the second half of the term. RJA gives them 45 days from the date of declaration of vacancy, 45 days. Based on this legislation. So again, I just want to stress that the first half of a term, we are required by the election code to fill through a vacancy. Although the education, I would think that education falls on community development. Your RJA Title 26 is not an issue. They do the instructions to their elected officials. And why the grazing committee is not listed here, this pretty much came to us as a recommendation, and why it's not in there, I have no answer for that. And so I hope I answered your questions and your concerns up to this point.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield time over to Mr. Begay with Department of Justice.
Yeah, Nana. So there is a gap in the law. I just make that very, very clear. You know, Delegate Begay, he said it's already in the law. It isn't already in the law. You know, once a chapter or a chairperson pro tempore, once the meeting adjourns, they cannot perform. All they're there for is just to chair the meeting. That's it. They don't sign contracts. The Secretary Treasurer pro tem, they do not start co-signing checks. Yeah, so that's where the gap in the law is. Our old law in Title 11, Section 161A2, it used to talk about permanent appointments or the appointment power of the chapter. But in the early 2000s, that law was amended to split that up. It says special election in the first half of the term, and then appointments only in the second half of the term. So when that law was changed, it really reduces what we can do. Earlier I talked about having chapter officials serve holdover term. So under that scenario, which is what we used in the past, what would allow the existing chapter official who has already took an oath in office 4 years ago to continue to perform that duty until a new person is elected and sworn in. That's what the holdover process, but I'm just, you know, I brought up that idea, but, you know, it wasn't favored. So here we're almost running out of options. If we don't do anything next month in January, once the vacancies are declared, then I'm going to be forced to issue a memo saying this is the law. We don't have any options. There's no pro tem president or anyone to sign contracts. There's no, you know, pro tem secretary treasurer to act beyond the meeting period. And so that's the gap that we're trying, and this isn't a permanent amendment. You know, this scenario, I approached the election office and election board back in November last month, and we had discussions about it. So once the holdover option was no longer an option, that's when I started thinking, could we just extend the appointment period to apply that during the first half of the term, and then use those procedures that's already procedures, there's already procedures for it, and allow to use that as a temporary measure. And then on the question about who trains these pro tem, we do. DCD and DOJ chapter unit, we train them. You know, it's not uncommon for a permanent person to come into office midterm, and then we go out to the chapter, and you know, usually what happens is, you know, a couple of chapters will have appointed persons, and we hold trainings so all of them are grouped together, so we all cover the same information for those new officials. So, you know, we wouldn't be doing anything drastic other than using the appointment power in the first half of the term. So, like I said, you know, we could try to mull this over, but if we don't have a plan in place by next month in January when vacancies are declared, then, you know, it's hard to, you know, I guess try to figure something else out. The other thing too, on grazing officials, my clients are chapter officials. So I focused on them primarily, you know, and so later on is when I learned about the grazing officials. So, you know, and grazing officials are under Title III, not Title 26. So, you know, not to be ignorant of that, you know, it's just those kind of issues came later. And so these kind of legislations, we try to get them processed as quick as possible, as early as possible, with the best data that we have. And so that's why we're needing an amendment, is, you know, some of this new information, the December 10th chapter official continuation election, you know, some of that data had to come through as well. And so, you know, that's why we have other data, and that's why we're asking for an amendment. But, you know, this is, you know, I think the ball's in your court. You know, this is the only thing I can think of to help my clients at the chapter level, so that there won't be chaos. You know, there'll be someone there that they can run to, you know, instead of having nobody to go to. So that's the, I guess, hopefully the explanations I'll give on some of the legal questions that were posed.
Thank you, Mr. Begay. Chair Jesus.
Hakoshi, thank you, Madam Speaker. So with that, colleagues, your questions in regards to the grazing official and land board, now that Mr. Begay did mention that his client is Division of Community Development or chapters, we would have to reach out to Veronica Blackhat with DOJ. She is the Natural Resources Unit Legal Counsel with Ms. Jessie Jim, who is Department Manager for Department of Agriculture. So that would be a discussion that I would like to go ahead and start with them in hopes that we would get a similar situation, if that is the case, for a high volume of grazing official land board vacancies. So with that, I'm hoping that we had made a response to all the questions that were posed by you as my colleagues. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Jesus. And colleagues, I'm going to go back to reserve time for follow-up questions. We have Honorable Dr. Inez with 49 seconds.
Yes, thank you. Can you then just cite quickly into the legislation as it stands where the signing of contracts or the, gosh, I lost it. The signing of contracts, but also like the checks. And I know it was kind of ambiguous, your response, meaning that, is it then that responsibility aligned with the pro temp, or is it as it is written here in page 3 of 4? Because I just need clarity on that part. Thank you, Speaker. I'll reserve my time.
Reserve time of 12 seconds. Next, we have Delegate Claw with 3 minutes and 43 seconds.
Thank you for the clarification. And then also, I do want to see the same information about their restrictions on the funding. I think that does need to be clarified, because when the chapter officials take office, which one of them will be designated as a supervisor to either the CSC or the chapter manager? So that also, that authority, will that be allowed for these pro tem officials? So that would be my next question, and I'll reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3:08. Next, we have Vice Chair Yazzie with 3 minutes and 15 seconds.
Thank you again. I wanted to know how this would, are we disenfranchising our people by not doing our procedures correctly? And I think a lot of that is what we heard today, is that, our community are really not happy with how we have done, emergency legislations, and we're doing another one here. And I think we should go to the community to ask them, what would be the way that would help them do the best job possible in their communities, because they know, what works best for them. They talk to one another. So that's my question. Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 2:28. Next, we do have Vice Chair Simonson with 1 minute and 12 seconds.
Thank you again. My question would be, if we were to table this legislation for a proper work session, and even then I don't know that it'd be proper, because we'd have a short turnaround time, and if we were to try to meet with some stakeholders, what would that look like? How much time would we have? Also, I think a lot of our people's concern is how much money are we spending on these special elections, and that's a real concern for them. So those are questions that I want to ask. I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 35 seconds. Next in queue, Honorable Toth, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To Bishwas Anit Lenigi. Ato Abahazani got. If you've been a chapter president before, you know what's going on. If you know how to work with your community service and CSC, you know what's going on. Abahazan the duties and responsibilities in Title 26. You're trying to complicate this legislation. The question is, given an extra duty for a pro temp, so I think that's what we're doing right now. Given extra responsibility for if you have other concern, we can bring the election to Nabi. If we're having problems with this legislation, I would recommend go back to give the responsibility back to the chapter, so we don't have to ask for money from election. The colored So we spent almost 2 hours on this legislation. It's very simple. If you have other concern, yeah, let's bring the election that some of the law needs to be amended. So, chapter administration, community development, chapter government, that is in the attorney. Any question from community service or chapter manager, they usually go to Garena or the one in Crown Point, and then goes to Mr. Begay. That is echo. Dead or pro temp, but or lead until election. That's all we're doing. So I think we need to vote on it. We can't table of it. Ede koroba hat is what aya atachin she without get this key. She at quidishin chapter official and slow. She manager holla. Administration manager bahasala. Bahas and what duties and responsibility how to run a chapter. Then that out of yas and this one Dutch got only so. Eda Korobe Hijatis Shinat Ani no Senigi. Hotan Hijahas Tidoli. So let's go ahead and vote on. If you have wanted to make an amendment, that's what they're asking for. Ede Hote. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Toth. And then new in queue, we have Honorable Yanito. 5 minutes.
Ya de la. Oh, ya teo, ya good J. Chapter President, Secretary J. Dani Tani. You know, like I used to be a chapter president for like 2 years, and they nominated me to become a consul in San Leo. There was a vacancy there. There's, they needed a chapter president. At a meeting, there's announced that, we should just appoint somebody. On this day, and so that happened. There was like 7 of them. They turn out, they want to be chapter president. What and then even with secretary now, everybody's all educated to do paperwork, filing the youth now. They turn out, and so what's that though? And then we just elect 2 person at our election. We had a small election at their own chapter. I don't know, 2 nominees either, at the end. And then, we selected whoever got the most vote. And they really turned out, the best candidate, Johnny Esedlin. And then after that, that was an appointee. And then, she just became a chapter president. She's a really excellent president right now. I think it's simple like that, and it won't cost that much money from the election office. Get a chapter level, and just make it a virtual as well, and so they can participate for these candidacy. Let's save some money here. What about these? I just want to make a recommendation. Just do it as appointee. I have reserve my time.
Reserve time of 2:40. And back to the sponsor, Chair Jesus.
Madam Speaker and colleagues. And again, thank you for the questions that you as my colleagues are posing, as these are possibly concerns that your constituents within your perspective district had been bringing up to you all's attention. Now, again, I'd like to go ahead and yield time over to Ms. Curley here first in regards to the questions that were asked in, I guess, in regards to what would be in the area of elections administration, and then again to Mr. Begay from Navajo Nation Department of Justice in regards to some of the questions that were asked that is that Mr. Begay can respond to. So, Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield the time over to Ms. Curley.
This legislation, what it does, our special election aid, there's no question about that, because we are in the first half of the term. Election office declare vacant 14 days these positions that are vacant. Filing fee of $200. A special election by the end of March. The legislation, what it's doing is a temporary appointment until a new person is elected. So what's going to happen is chapter declare vacant candidate application, the way it's written up, they go through the process. They have to be qualified in order to even serve as a pro temp until the end of March, or whenever the new person is coming in to take the oath. So there will definitely be a special election. There's no question about that. This pro temp appointment is a temporary appointment. That's the difference there. It's not a permanent appointment. Did I answer their question?
Okay, Nana. With regards to Dr. Nez, your question, it's at section 1003A of Title 26. In that paragraph, it says, basically says when the president and vice president are absent at a chapter meeting. In the absence of the president and vice president, the chapter members present may select a chairperson pro tempore for that meeting only. So that's what I'm saying is, once the meeting adjourns, that's it. They're just chairing the meeting, because they have elected officials who can continue to do all of the other duties. So our law contemplates for that. It plans for that. What our law doesn't plan for is when there are vacancies in the president and vice president. That's saying you don't even have someone to fall back on. That chairperson, if they only serve for that meeting period, then who else is going to sign checks? Because usually the law, and it's all in section 1001, and it's B1 is for chapter president, B2 is for vice president, and B3 is for secretary treasurer. All of those duties that's listed, it talks about the chapter president and what they're supposed to be doing under Title 2, Section 222D, as in David. The chapter president signs contracts. So who's going to do that when you don't have a elected official to do that when the meeting adjourns in January and the meeting adjourns in February? So instead of having to deal with multiple appointments, we're just doing a temporary measure to put that in place to say, okay, you're a chairperson pro tempore, you're going to start doing the duties under section 1001B1 one for the chapter president. And then if you're a secretary treasurer that's appointed as a pro tem, you're going to be doing the duties under section 1001B3. So under B3, that's where it says the secretary treasurer co-signs. But remember, that provision also allows, in the absence of the secretary treasurer, to allow the other two, president and vice president, to sign. But what if you don't have those officials? You know, that's what we're trying to address here with this legislation. And really, you know, I really appreciate how Honorable Toth, you know, describes it. It's exactly what he's saying, is we're just putting something temporarily in place for the next few months until we can get a new elected official to get sworn in, take the oath of office, and then they start, you know, serving as elected officials. So, you know, that's what we're thinking about here. And, you know, those are the statutory provisions to talk about those things. And then in terms of Shadeja, Honorable Claw, do they serve as direct local supervisors? Likely not, because direct local supervisors need to obtain training under the ASC plan of operation. That's likely not going to happen, you know, within that short time period. So who is the default supervisor? It's the SPPS of the agent, you know, the area ASC. And the ultimate supervisor is Mr. Charlie as the ASC department manager. So that's how the plan of operation would play out. And those are the types of trainings we would offer, you know, to these pro tem, so that they have a clear understanding about what their roles. And, you know, I do have a PowerPoint. You know, we do go out to chapters talking about the duties and responsibilities. And we're planning for the new elected officials a few days. We're coordinating that with DCD training. So I imagine that we're going to do the same thing for these pro tem chapter officials. So, you know, hopefully that describes more accurately what we're trying to do here. And, you know, I welcome I guess the comments about, you know, including, you know, the chapters, because the chapters are coming and they're emailing me. You know, they submit requests for legal services. You know, chapter officials are saying, you know, my chapter is affected by this you know, the campaign expense report. What am I going to tell my chapter? And so, you know, this is, you know, this legislation was what I was thinking that would help address that situation. So if we pass this with your support, then, you know, I can send an email to all 110 chapters. Well, I guess the affected chapters here, the 26 for secretary treasurer vacancies, and the 8 for the president, vice president vacancies. So, you know, so hopefully we're able to do that, just to give them an option to run their chapters for the next few months until we can get new elected officials in place. Madam Chair.
Point of privilege raised by Delegate Law.
Thank you, and thank you, Shana. I just want, regarding what you explained through the appointment, if you could just clarify for our listeners online that when we're speaking about the appointment, that means a nomination that comes from the floor at a regular call chapter meeting. If you could just confirm that, that would be my point of privilege.
Thank you, Delegate Law. And back to the sponsor presenters.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to go ahead and have Mr. Begay clarify Honorable Claw's point of privilege.
Yeah, Nana, Shadeja, with regards to your request for clarity, it's actually an Exhibit B to the legislation, it talks about using the permanent appointment procedures. And in those procedures, it talks about, the chapters nominating someone at a regular duly called chapter meeting. And, that's how they select. And again, that procedure is meant for the second half of a term, but we're using it here temporarily just to address these next few months. So, it caused confusion. I'm hoping that with your support, this passes, and I could, issue memorandum just to clarify a lot of those pieces where we're temporarily suspending these laws. We're not amending it permanently. We're just temporarily suspending the meeting duration law. We're temporarily suspending the law in the election code that says a permanent appointment, you serve out the remaining term. Here, we're saying the pro tempore, they're just gonna serve up until a new person is elected. So those are some of the clarifications that we have in the legislation itself. But, with the use of Exhibit B to provide specificity on what the process will be, it's already there. Stasia.
Thank you, Mr. Begay. And colleagues, going back to reserve time here on Honorable Dr. Eddie Ness.
Okay, thank you. So what you're saying, Mr. Begay, is that if it's coming from ASC, they can sign checks within the 3 months of the interim. My second one is based on the contracts. Since there is no formal elected official, then what is your recommendation to have an individual who would be?
Thank you, Delegate Nez. And new in queue, we do have Chair James.
Yat tan habik itanasist nila het khalili. Quite shimik anasolladorli. So, not anothnigi nle the chapter de trajdogato chapter go najitaho. Aba akojin zentle. Do kon najitaho she when atikit o hayudorli. Ako okodat el nahas anle ako. She benina hako dan hit nile not that banita higi hoden hitlian not dan hit no yanda oka ako nantin do oho ashi ate eko aba hazeno kodonal sos nihitato nil soze that the quigo she begin that seat on begin the hosil zan nasto ako Kodo hodish behodish natligi and sees the bake at the dolly. Udo zagido ba akodajni zinta dolly. So seize the bait, the dishlich motion to seize the bait, reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3:47. Balanced. Thank you, Chair James and colleagues. It does, to our rules, it says prior to recognizing a motion to seize debate by a delegate, the speaker shall ensure that there is equal amount of delegates speaking for and against. So I do have a little track sheet that I do have here, and I do see that there is equal number of delegates speaking for and against. So, colleagues, I am going to, and just for the record, we did have 4 remain times, including Chair James' reserve time. So if you're okay with that, I'm going to recognize that motion to cease debate. And is there a second? Second by Delegate Arvizo. And according to our rules, cease debate motion shall not be debatable. And cease debates only by a 2/3 vote of the delegates casting the votes. So it will be 2/3 of the delegates that are here. And colleagues, we will have 2 minutes on the board, and this is for the motion to cease debate. Thirty seconds remaining. And this is at 2/3 of the delegates that are casting their votes. Colleagues, there is a vote of 13 in favor with 5 opposed, with speaker not voting, and 2/3 of the casting of votes was 12. So motion to cease debate carries. All right, thank you, colleagues. We did have that cease debate that was taking place, and now we will have 2 minutes on the board. This is for the main motion. This vote is for the main motion. Colleagues, we have less than 25 seconds. And this is on the main motion. Time has expired. Delegate Helena Nesbigay, how do you vote? Delegate Begay votes green. And colleagues, we do have a vote of 18 in favor, 0 opposed, with speaker not voting. The main motion passes. Congratulations, Chair Jesus. All right, colleagues, we are down to, before Chair Regina Charles Newton. All right, now we are at close of session. Any announcement, colleagues? Motion to adjourn by Chair Arnable Riquinez. Is there a second? Second by Chair Brenda Jesus. I don't see anybody in the queue for the adjournment. We'll have 2 minutes on the board. Delegate Arvizo, how do you vote? Delegate Claw? Delegate Helena Nesbigay? Chair Regina Charles Newton? Okay. Chair votes green. Vice Chair Johnson? Vice Chair Simonson? Delegate Simpson? Delegate Toth? Vice Chair Johnson votes green. Delegate Arvizo, Delegate Helena Nesbigay, Delegate George Toth. Delegate Toth votes green. All right, colleagues, we have a vote of 17 in favor, 0 opposed, with speaker not voting, and we are officially adjourned with special session at 4:02 p.m. Thank you, colleagues, and happy holidays, and have a wonderful and safe week.